Power Platform is a business application platform, right? Supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
Good morning, everyone. Hello to our participants this morning. Hello to our Facebook and YouTube viewers. I welcome you all to our Code Your Future conference. I am Isai and I will be your host for today's event. So we are very happy and thankful that you are able to join us in our conference today. So let me just check our participants. So we have here people watching from, we have from Maguindanao. We have from Legazpi, Pangasinan, Cebu, Manila, Quezon, Pampanga, Bulacan, Davao, right? So we have viewers right now from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Hello, welcome to everyone. And also, guys, I'd like to invite you to also share our event for today. So you could just simply share our Facebook Live or our YouTube Live. Okay, so that your family and friends could also join our event. So I know you are all excited of what will happen for today's event. Okay, but before that, to formally start our event, to give us the keynote message, we have here joining with us the executive assistant of DICT of the Office of the Undersecretary for Government Digital Broadcast Television, the digitization of the entertainment industry sector and emerging technologies. Everyone, let us all welcome Mr. Ray Emmanuel Quiason.
Hi, again, and I'm glad to be here with our ongoing series, with in a collaboration with Stack Trek. And thank you also for our attendees today for being here. And I look forward to learn also along with you guys with what Stack Trek will be discussing today. Unfortunately, USEC Undersecretary Ali Atienza wasn't able to make it, but I'm here to relay his support to this event and that he looks forward to all of our future collaborations, in the hopes that we can fulfill the mandates of the government, especially in the upskilling of our workers, students, and even those who are thinking of switching careers, to the IT industry. And I'll keep it short, no, but allow me to repeat as to what we have also said in the past. This collaboration this whole setup is free for everyone. And I'm happy that StackTrek is sharing with us more than 1 million programming modules that all Filipinos can learn from, and that they did not impose any limits. No, so basically, anyone in our country, as long as they're willing to learn, can do this. No, sign up, register, and go through the whole process. But as we all know, this is not just about learning. This is also about giving opportunities to Filipinos to have that opportunity, not just to learn more about the IT industry, but also to work and earn and provide, for their respective families. And I am glad and happy that StackTrek is giving that opportunity, to the viewers, and hopefully to everyone else who will be attending in the future. No? And I also am happy. We are also happy here at the DICT that we are being able to provide and help and assist in the global shortage of IT personnel, developers particularly. Hopefully through this small gesture, this small collaboration that we're doing, we can help that. No, we can fill that shortage, step by step. So with that, I thank everyone, and Godspeed.
Thank you so much, Ray. And of course, thank you so much, the ICT, for the overwhelming support ever since we've started this initiative. Once again, thank you so much, Ray.
You're welcome. Looking forward to collaborating more in the future.
All right. And with that, okay, so for this, for our today's event, so these are the things that you are expected to learn. Okay, first are the information technology career trends. So I saw one comment here, no, na we have a career shifter. So hello, welcome to you. So in this in our event, you will be able to learn what are the trends, especially in the IT industry. And also, we will be doing our coding workshop that will be happening this afternoon. Okay? And you will also be learning on the IT career programs and opportunities that is available for you, especially in the industry. And lastly, we will also have an AMA with we have invited some potential employers and recruiters with us for today's event. Okay. So this is just a quick reminder for everyone. This will be our agenda for today's event. So we already have our keynote, and for this morning, we will be discussing more on the Philippine IT landscape, okay? The feature programs wherein you can leverage today. And this afternoon, again, this is a whole day event. So we hope you join us all throughout the event. This afternoon, we will be having our 40 minutes coding workshop for beginners. So for those who were able, or for those who have registered through the registration link, we have sent out a pre-session assignment. So be sure to accomplish the pre-session assignment before the coding workshop. And right after the coding workshop, we will be doing our StackTrek Full Stack Bootcamp info session. So for those who are interested to pursue a career, or who wants to start pursuing an IT education, this session might be for you. And at 3 p.m., we will have a panel discussion. We have invited some of our friends in the industry, mga career shifters, and they will be sharing their success stories. And at 4 p.m., we also invited our partners, the recruiters of our company partners, so that they would be able to give tips especially for those who are new or who are planning to apply for an IT job. There you have it. So again, I hope you will be with us all throughout our event. And what's an event or a conference without a raffle, no? So we will be having a raffle, and here are the mechanics, okay? First, this is open to everyone attending any CYF session. So since we have multiple sessions for this morning, okay? And during the session proper, we will be flashing a code, which you will use to submit your raffle entry. Okay? So kindly take note of the raffle link. So it's bit.ly/CYF raffle. So again, during the session propers, we will be flashing codes, okay, that is per session, and make sure to catch those codes and submit them at bit.ly/CYF raffle so that you would be able or you have the chance to win in our raffle. Okay? 5 winners will be picked to receive giveaways from our partners, and winners will receive in the registered emails the details on how to claim their prizes. So there you have it. I hope you catch our codes when we flash them during our sessions. Okay. So I know you are all excited for our today's event. But before that one, we would also like to thank our Code Your Future partners. We have Microsoft, AWS, Gcash, JobStreet, Accenture, Deltec, and Recruit Day. Okay. So once again, feel free to share our event this morning so that your friends and family could also join us in our today's conference. Okay. And with that, okay, to proceed with our program, we start off by sharing to you what is the Philippine IT careers landscape today. So I would like to call in our very own head of growth at StackTrek to discuss further on the Philippine IT careers landscape today, Miss Haifa Karina Baluyos. Haifa?
Ayan. So, good morning, everyone, and to all of our attendees for today's conference. So, we see that we have a lot of people from all across the country. We have people from far north Luzon, we have people in Metro Manila, Visayas, and Mindanao. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome. So, for this morning session, we will be talking about IT careers landscape today. So we understand that today IT is really one of the most in demand in terms of profession, and we see and we also saw comments there that we have people who are career shifters that are interested in moving into IT. So now, what are the things that we need to expect now that you want to be part of the IT industry, whether you are still a graduating student or you are a career shifter? What are the things that we need to understand and learn and to prepare? Okay, so yeah, let's start. Next slide. Sige, how about okay. So how about let me share my screen size so that I can navigate the slides for this session. Okay, sige. Okay. So with that one, this is the report that JobStreet released last February 2022. And as you can see here, is that among the different industries here in the country, computer and IT is the highest all across the different levels. So we'll start with entry point because this is very relevant to you, especially if you're still entering the IT industry, if you're still new with zero experience. So an entry level here means you have no experience or zero experience pa talaga. So when you become part of the entry level, the median salary is about 20k, and many of that one, and in comparison with the other um salaries, that's one of the highest. But then as you try to level up, meaning you try to gain more experience, based on the job street report, it already doubles up to 45k. And if you compare that one with the rest of the other industries, it is the highest already. And as you take in supervisory role, meaning you become a team leader of your teams, you will now be handling people, and you will be handling projects on your own wherein you work with various people in your team. That means it already doubles up to 80,000 pesos already. And then as you move up further, it becomes 92. And furthermore, when you become part of the senior management, it will double further up to 175,000. Of course, this is the median salary. And what does median salary means? This is mostly what the candidates or the companies publish. Of course, if your skills varies a lot, if you are very good, you've mastered the skill, the coding skill that is needed, especially for a particular company, that means employers actually are willing to pay more for that special skill. So one of the folks here mentioned that they are a career shifters. One of the things that we'd like to highlight here is that if you are a career shifter, meaning you have an experience from other industries, right? And then if you move to IT, that means you already have the capability to automate the things that your industry can do. So that will add a lot of value to you as a person or as a professional. That means if you're a career shifter, if you move to IT, you do not exactly start from zero because you also have valuable professional industry from other professional experience from other industries. For example, if your background is in finance and you wanted to learn coding, that means if you become an entry level in the IT industry, one of the things that you could be really valuable is that you go into fintech companies because your skill in the finance is really valuable because you do not just automate things there, but you also have valuable experience and understanding in the finance world. Another example would be if you are a graphic designer and you wanted to go into IT, having the skills in graphic design and coding is really valuable because you understand not just the looks of it, but also how to automate things or how to make the experience of our users better. So that's specifically relevant and valuable as for companies today who want to digitize their businesses, their products, and those things. Especially today that since the pandemic, everyone has to make their businesses available online, not just in person, because not a lot of people now go outside and go to stores to just to buy something. As much as possible, they want these products and services available and accessible to them online. So for our participants here, especially those career shifters, can you share with us especially for those career shifters, can you share in the chat which industry you are currently from? And that so that we will also know, okay, what are the industries, what are the types of companies that would be relevant for you as you move into the IT industry. Ayan, sige. Next would be the next trend here in terms of careers is that the candidates versus vacancies in IT ratio. So this is the same report published by JobStreet. So this is the circle. Imagine that is the pool of candidates we have available today, and this is just in the Philippines. Now imagine, not really imagine, but this is the ratio of how big the opportunities or the job vacancies available today. And this is just Job Street. This doesn't cover the other different platforms. That means there are very few candidates, only about one third. And then the job postings, the job vacancies available today is times three. That means if you are, let's say, a fresh graduate, and then you wanted to enter the industry, for one candidate, there are multiple opportunities that is available for you. And why is that? Apart from the situation today where all of the companies is moving digital, all of the companies are moving into digital, what are the things that they need to do apart from automating their processes inside the company and making their products and services available? These are just for the private companies. Now, other opportunities here is that in 3 to 5 years, these organizations will also start hiring programmers. So what are they? One is the government. Today, many of the projects or governments are being outsourced to different IT companies because currently our governments doesn't exactly have that huge pool. Of course, they have, but in terms of the number of projects that they wanted to digitize and make the services available, many times they will need to outsource it to IT companies. So that one in the future, our government will also start hiring their own um, pool and increase their pool of programmers. What else? The banks. Similarly, our banks today, they outsource it to IT companies, and soon enough, they will need to start hiring programmers themselves because they will have a lot of projects that they wanted to build on their own. And apart from that one, it will be also faster if they have the people in-house already. We also have hospitals. Since the pandemic, we need to have more accessible hospital services, or the consultations, the checkups, even the medicines, wherein we wanted to have our medicines easily accessible, even online. So those things, our hospitals will also start hiring programmers to improve the experience of the people so that hospital services will be more accessible, and other non-tech industries. So going back for those participants here who are especially career shifters, let's see. I'm currently okay. We also have okay. So let's read some of the backgrounds from our participants for this morning. So we have here Nino from sales. So that's also very important. If you want to be a coder and you are also interested, you also have a background in sales. So what are the examples there? So for example, all of the different companies, especially if you're a B2B or products with B2C clients, is that you can combine your sales skills with your coding skills. So what are the things that you can automate in sales? For example, identify what are the things that are being that are time consuming in sales that you can automate as a programmer. Actually, if even if it's just, let's say, right now you're not yet you're still learning how to code, but your current work is in sales. So currently, in your current work, what are the things that you can apply your coding skills? That way, sabihin ng boss mo, ba't ang bilis mo natapos yung work mo? And then he didn't realize that you've been automating things on the side on your own. Now, imagine if you can multiply that one, you become part of another company, or even if it is the same company, but you were able to improve the productivity and the results and the output of the organization thanks to you and your skills to automate the processes, then that would really give you a highly valuable you become a highly valuable part of the company. So we also have psych and human resource from Rich Boogie. Finance management, ayun. So from Noemi, this one today, especially with the boom of fintech industries, that is really very valuable if you know finance and you know IT as well. So we also have JR Guevara, more on technical and graphic naman. Ayun, that's very valuable today because a lot of the programmers has no graphic or design background. it really adds value if you know design and you know coding or backend as well. So right now, these if you're familiar with the term full stack, so these people, apart from just knowing the code and the back end, these guys also know front end and all the other things that involves in developing applications. Okay, what else? Manufacturing industry. Ayun. So manufacturing industry, if you know about IoT or ayun, Internet of Things, our manufacturing industry, imagine Amazon, they've been automating a lot of their processes in the manufacturing industry. What if you can automate part of your processes in the organization that you are in as well? That would really add a lot of value beyond just knowing the things in the marketing, in the manufacturing industry. Business marketing, there are a lot of things we can automate in business marketing. We also have BPO. There, one more thing. So we have many audience in our Code Your Future events that are BPO or that are coming from the BPO industries, meaning these are call centers, support, a lot of the things that you can do currently. If you are part of the call center industry or the BPO, and then you start moving to the IT industry, there are a lot of opportunities there for you. It's the same, you do things online, but the opportunities here for growth is really big, because apart from you will be able to really use that you will be able, apart from just the automation part, but also for the things that you can try out. For example, there are hobbies that you are interested in, then you can find a company or an organization that does or that dwells or addresses different problems for that specific industry. That means you are already combining skill with the passion that you are in. So what are the example here? So example, apart from the previous examples earlier, one, if you're interested in fashion and now you started learning how to code, what are the companies today that are looking for developers, programmers, but are also in the fashion industry? So think e-commerce, like for example, like Zalora, or ano pa ba yung mga ano pa ba yung mga fashion companies today? Check their websites, especially if you have favorite brands. Check their website, check their careers page. Likely they will be offering career opportunities for you. And the good thing about today is that companies, it's no longer a hindrance to be from, if you're not from Metro Manila, if you're not from Metro Cebu, or if you're not in Singapore today, because right now companies are now open to hiring remote talents. So even if you are currently from Maguindanao, you are currently from Iloilo, you are currently from, let's say, CDO, now these companies are open to hiring developers remote. Okay, so we also have, here from Suzette, also a career shifter. Oops, I think I lost. Also a career shifter, but no background at all of the coding, but progressively learning website design. I worked as an online tutor, and OFW worked in the youth activities. So there's is that if you combine your coding skills, once you try to learn coding skills, and it seems like you are also passionate about youth engagement, so there are things that you can do. What are the organizations right now that is related to youth or tutoring that you can add value? And then with that one, there are things that you could double or increase productivity and results for those organizations. Okay, so we also have here architecture, telecommunications, seafaring. What else? We have few folks from BPO industry and many more, graphic designer. And I'm so glad to see you guys that you are. We also have Jay Bilostas, proud career shifter here. So it's very beautiful to see that you guys are really proud of that choice that you've made, because not a lot of people are taking that big career step. We also have from Clark Perry, nurse to IT staff. Ayan. So, first, okay, we'd like to congratulate you for taking the first steps in here. So for all of those, for all of our participants here today, as you can see, we already have career shifters here. For our career shifters here, you can share your journey in the chat so that other participants can also learn from your story and what are the things that you can do. Of course, we have we have sessions in the afternoon wherein you can ask more. But from our audience, you can already start sharing your story and what are the things other career shifters or no zero experience can learn from you. Okay, so as you can see, going back here in the slides, we have the candidates versus vacancies in IT ratio. That means very few candidates are available today in the market in the IT industry, and the vacancies in the that requires IT expertise is huge and it continues to grow in the next few years. So if you're looking for job security, then this is one of the industries that you that is accessible to you because you don't have to have the degree to be part of the IT industry. So we do have one story that one of our friends from JobStreet mentioned that today, if you are an IT professional, let's say you are a developer or programmer already, and then you are not happy with your current work, let's say you don't like your boss or you don't like the culture of your company, then it's not difficult to move to a different country, to a different work that is more suitable to the kind of work that you want to do or the kind of culture or environment that you want to do. Why is that? Because there are a lot of companies there willing or always looking for skill for those programmers like you. And with that one, if you're not happy, then go find a company that you see your personality or your style would work better. Or if you are happier working with those, let's say, with the companies that are related to what you are passionate about. For example, for entertainment, ayun, may mga manufacturing na companies that they automate things, then go do that one because there are a lot of available opportunities for you today. Ayun, in terms of job security, IT is one for you to go. Now, this is one of the things that has changed since pandemic started. Of course, remote work opportunities has been there, but not a lot of people know about it. Why is that? Because before years back, if you want to be an IT professional, the usual, for example, me, I am from Cagayan de Oro. And then the mindset I had back then is that if I want to be the best developer um, I want to be one of the best developers, then I will need to go where the best developers are for me to learn. So the idea there is I need to go to Metro Manila because the top IT companies are there. Today, that is no longer a hindrance. That is no longer a barrier because many of the developers today, the really good ones, are also working remotely. It's really just where can you find these really good developers? Where do they hang out? And many of these developers have specific places where they hang out, and many of these really good developers also share their knowledge to others. So in a way, they help mentor other developers, not just in their company but also outside, and that would be through communities. So if this is the first time that you've heard about communities, I'd like to mention here that being part of the tech community is one of the ways you can find these opportunities and find the best people or the really good developers that where you can learn from. So what are the tech communities? Stack Trek is in partnership with different tech communities. So for example, one would be if you are interested in Python, we have Python Philippines, and they even have different branches all across the Philippines. So we have Pizza Pie. I think they're from Cebu. You have Durian Pie from Davao. So just search for them, different Python groups, and they're also available, I think, in Facebook. So there are multiple Facebook groups that you can be part of. But the difference between these organized tech communities is that they have a series of sessions wherein you can learn. And learning and being part of these communities, you get to learn about them. And these developers, these really good developers who are also sharing about their knowledge, they're also looking for developers that can be part of their team. So you network with them, and then you also find different remote work opportunities. And one of the things too is that today, while the trend is that people are moving back, are opening their offices again, since it's more somehow we've already addressed part of the COVID situation. Now, hybrid, many of these companies continue to be fully work from home or full remote work. And some of these companies have the hybrid setup. So at least there will be a hybrid setup because they see that productivity when working from home is has been really high as well. Okay. So what else? Let me just check. Okay. Okay. See you. So what's next? So what are the PHIT career trends today in summary? So one, IT continues as highest paid profession. So if one of your motivation is really to earn a high salary, then IT is one of the paths or the industries that will continue to be high because the demand is also high. Next would be job security. So if you worry that jobs in a specific industry is quite or is not stable, you feel like eventually your company will close down or those things, then being in IT is one of the things that you can do because IT will always be your skill in IT is transferable to different industries already. Okay. Next would be remote work opportunity. So I also saw here from our audience that you guys are doing freelancing. And one of the things that we do today in freelancing is that many of these freelancing work are remote. So the if we have freelancers here who does remote work, feel free to share your story here in the comment section so that our other participants can also learn from you. Okay? Hold on. So, what else do we have here? Next would be more accessible career growth opportunities. So, this is the one I mentioned to you about that through communities. No, well, it's not just about the communities because even our government provides a lot of opportunities for you to learn. If you check out the DICT website, they have a lot of webinars for you to learn. Even TESDA has a lot of courses, webinars, workshops that they offer to all people for free, or they're sometimes may limited. And also, since these are all online, you can take these opportunities, these learning workshops, these sessions at the comforts of your own home, or if you go to the office, then you can do that one on your free time. So here, it's more accessible because before you have to be in person to join these workshops, you have to go to a certain place. And not all, and many of these workshops are only available back in metro cities. So they're only available in either QC or QC Quezon City or Makati or BGC. Today, it's now online. That means you can learn and improve your growth and improve your skills just by being online. Okay. So many of you might be asking, I am still a career shifter, and what are the okay, I'm still trying to consider shifting careers to IT. What are the programming languages that I need to learn by now? So these are the top 10 in-demand languages for you to learn. And if you wanted to, I'll just quickly do a few backgrounds on ano yung mga, what are the things you can do. So we have here Python. So Python is one of the in-demand languages today, not just because it's close to the English language, meaning if you know English, then you can already code in Python. That's how fast it is for you to learn. And the good thing about it is that here in the Philippines, English is is the primary language that we use and being taught in school. That means pretty much all of the Filipinos know English. That means anyone who knows English can learn Python programming language. So that's one. And the good thing about Python is that it is also one of the languages today that is being used for machine learning or data science. So if you are interested in playing around with data, let's say yung mga analytics, yung forecasting, and even AI, if that's one of the things that you are interested in, then learning Python is one of the really good entry points. And just to share with you, in the industry today, there are very few data scientists here. And what does that mean to you? Since there are very few data scientists and companies, there's a lot of data that they want to work with and they want to see value in it. Meaning, you, if you are interested to pursue that one, there is a huge possibility that you can ask for a huge price for in being one of the data scientists in the industry today. So since there are very limited people, there are limited data scientists. If you want to fast track increase, and if you are the increase in salary, or if you want to if data science is one of the things that you are interested in or you are passionate about, then Python is one of the things that you can do, that you can learn. Next would be Java. Java has been one of the oldest languages today, and it will continue to do so because companies, especially the big ones, they use Java for the enterprise systems. So the most stable applications, enterprise systems, are we use Java for that one. And in school as well, if we have fresh grads here, I think many of you is being taught Java because this is the language that is being used to teach object-oriented programming. Okay. And then we have JavaScript. So JavaScript is one of the most flexible languages here today because you can use this one in building mobile apps, in websites, and multiple other applications. And then, of course, we have C, C++, and C Sharp. Many of the applications today, especially for enterprise, use this. And then we also have Ruby. Next would be, this is relatively new, Go, but the demand continues to be high because many people are also using Go in multiple applications already. Kotlin. So if you are interested in building mobile applications for Android, then Kotlin is the way to go. PHP, especially for blogs, websites, those things, then PHP is one. The reason for that one is that many of the content management systems use PHP on the back end. So if that's for our freelance participants here, many of you may be familiar with PHP because if you are working with WordPress, which is one of the common content management systems today, then you will need to be familiar with PHP so that you can make a more customized, let's say, functions or functions or features for that specific website. And then for our iOS users here, if you want to build iOS apps, then Swift is the language that you need to learn today. And of course, we also have TypeScript, one of the programming languages that is in demand today. So for our participants here, can you share with us, even if you are still learning, can you share here what are the languages that you are using right now? Okay, so sorry naman, okay. So we will just, hold on, we are going to oh, sorry. Teka. Okay. So, okay. So for our attendees joining here, wait, we'll just do something here lang ha. Okay. Okay, so for our attendees here today, this is our first code. So if you are joining, we have about hundreds of people joining in this raffle. So if you want to win prizes, raffle prizes from our partners, and this is the code that you will use, and just go to bit.ly CYF raffle and use the link here. So we will now if you want to take this screenshot and you not forget about the code, take a screenshot of this because we will be moving to the next slide. Okay, so again, everyone take a screenshot of this so that you won't forget. And then later on, the next parts of the program, you will have another code that you will use to join the raffle. Okay, so what else do you need to know? So what else apart from just coding, because coding is really you have to learn specific programming languages, right? Now in IT, you need to learn there are things in IT that would really make you more valuable. So these are the skills beyond coding. So what are the things that you that would make you more valuable in the industry? So one is that if you learn security, then that is one of the things that will really make you more valuable because, of course, applications today, especially if it deals with personal information, those are very sensitive information that everyone has to take note of every time they deal with applications. So understanding encryption and how can you make sure that your applications is safe to use with anyone, especially your customers, then that would be a big plus for you. Systems and networks, understanding how it works and how to make your apps accessible and more what's this more efficient in terms of distribution, then that would be an added value to you. Data analysis, there if we have people here who enjoy statistics, then this is something that okay. Okay. So that is something that would really add value to you as well. And this one is DevOps. DevOps, if you're familiar with AWS, Microsoft Azure, then DevOps is one of the paths today that a lot of companies are looking for. Why is that? Because apart from just there are very few people who know about DevOps, this is also one of the things that would really make a company scale faster. So, if you are a developer today already, and then you wanted to, and DevOps, if you search about DevOps and you feel that this is one of the paths that you want to take, then go for it. There are a lot of resources from AWS, from GCP or Google Cloud platform. They have a lot of resources. They also have even free trainings for this. Then you can go ahead and take those trainings from them directly. And of course, here the cloud computing. So same thing with the different cloud providers. And we also have the new one. I think Alibaba also has cloud services. And knowing this beyond just coding is also something, although medyo advanced na sila. But if you want to really accelerate your growth in IT, then these are additional skills that would be valuable for you. Okay? Sige. So let's go back to our comment section and read on where and what are the languages our participants know today. Oh, interesting. So we have here assembly language. So assembly language is pretty much close to the ones and zeros in programming. So hands down to you, Sir John Wilfred Arenas, because you know assembly language. Okay, so we have Marilyn Java. We also have Julius JavaScript. From Leia naman, Cervantes, it's PHP. And the framework is Code Igniter. We have Carla Silao, that's Python. And then we have J. Vilostos. We have TypeScript, JavaScript, SQL, and Dart. Ayun. So we here, because right now, just a trivia pala. So today, as of today, and it continues to increase, there are over 700 programming languages available today. So that's 2022. Imagine in the next few years how many languages will be available, because a lot of the people continues to create new languages, especially if the current languages doesn't fit or doesn't exactly match the needs of a certain application. Ayan. So we also have here from Arvin, Liano, Python, Java, and JS. It seems like we have a lot of people here with Python and JavaScript. So hello to you, everyone. We also have from Zerl. I hope I'm pronouncing this one right. It's C and C++, Java, Python, and PHP. And we also have Visual Basic. So many people use Visual Basic, especially if they wanted Visual Basic right now is also drop and down, and then you can add logic there. Okay, what else? Can I will okay. So here, one question from Joanne is that can I learn DevOps without a solid skill in programming? Um, The answer is you need to have core programming knowledge for you to be able to automate or become an effective DevOps engineer. Because if you don't understand how the code works, then there are chances wherein how you are going to approach your strategy in DevOps won't be that effective. So you need to be at least familiar on how the code works. Okay? Ayun. So we also have here Ryan from Ryan Christian Brosa. So Laravel naman yung framework in Java and JavaScript. We also have C Sharp. Okay, sige. And with that one, do you guys have any questions before we move on to the next part? Sige. So with that one, what else do you need to know? So now we are now at the part wherein we are going to teach you what are the things, what are the opportunities here for you now that you know ano yung mga opportunities in summary, one, IT is the highest paid profession today. Two is that in terms of job security, IT is one of the most secured jobs in the industry today all across here in the Philippines. Next is that in terms of growth, there is there, and then accessibility to different growth opportunities. So there are those opportunities for you. And now you also learn ano yung mga in-demand programming languages that you need to learn now. So you already have them. Of course, stay tuned because every year, nag-iiba din yung mga languages na in demand. So it depends. And the next would be you also learn ano yung mga skills beyond coding that you would want to learn or learn by now. Now, this one, the Code Your Future Initiative, what are the programs available today that you can get through the Code Your Future Initiative? So the Code Your Future Initiative is in partnership with the ICT and StackTrack. And apart from that one, all the different opportunities from the ICT, we also have spread the word to all of those, to all of the different interested people who have zero experience. So what's the mission here for Code Your Future? Our mission here at Code Your Future is to really transform zero experience Filipinos to become successful tech professionals. So anything that relates to that objective, we promote it under the Code Your Future initiative. So ano yung mga programs ba na you would want to learn through this initiative? And of course, if you know any programs that you have encountered, or maybe ikaw mismo you have engaged or you were able to take down notes or natapos mo and you see it very helpful, feel free to comment those in the comment section so that we also know ano yung mga other available programs or initiatives that you see other people can find this valuable. Okay? Sige. So, for the Code Your Future initiative, we've asked multiple people what is their motivation, why they want to go into IT, why they want to learn coding in the first place. So here, one is that one person mentioned to land a job in order to help and support my family and parents. So this is from a graduating computer student from Bacolod. We also have here, we have an IT student, and I don't want to waste my college years, so I really want to land a job, tech job someday. So we have this common situation here in the Philippines that even if you graduated IT, but then you ended up doing something else after you graduate. So hindi IT related yung naging work mo. So for this particular student, he or she really wanted to land a tech job. And ayun. So it's a graduating IT student from Negros naman. So let me, and from here. Okay. Sige. Next would be, I want to shift to a tech career. So kudos to our career shifters here in the session. So this is one of you, marketing professional who also want to shift career. So for our career shifters in this session, feel free to share your tips to fellow career shifters in this session as well. So next would be curious to learn about this field of tech. I'm also looking into possible career which is more sustainable long term. So sustainable long term, that means also job security, and IT is one of the most secure jobs available in the Philippines today. So this one is a licensed architect naman. I also read somewhere in the chat, we have architects here. I think I read two. Ayan. And finally, new knowledge, new beginning in this life, also so that I could turn around this depressing life. And depressing pakinggan, but this one is also from, is from a local government employee. So whatever they are facing right now, they see that shifting careers into IT, or they see that the opportunities here in IT is something that would change their lives. And I hope that you also see the same way for you. Okay, so let's go back to the comment section just to read through the inputs from our audience listening here. So one is that, is there a workshop trainings for data analysis? The answer here, Zerl, is that yes. Just there are available workshops, especially I think the ICT also promotes various workshops for data analysis, so you can check that one out. And also go find, there is a group called Data Science Philippines. So they also share different workshops there. So the tech community, guys, here in the Philippines is very active, and they provide different trainings and mentorships as well. So go find them, especially the topics that you are interested in, and then there find people, find workshops that you can be part of. And if you feel that there is a topic that you are really good at, it is encouraged that you also share those learnings with others, because you'll never know, the next person that you share, the next person who learned from you can also be as successful as you. Okay? So next would be, okay, this is one really good. Sometimes we forget about this, but it's really important in the workplace. So this is from John Frades. Soft skill is also important. 100% yes. So right now, even if you are really good at coding already, but you do not what are the things that are important? What are the soft skills na lang pala? So one is that communication skills. So you have to learn how to communicate with with a fellow human being. Why is that? For example, even if you're really good at coding, but you cannot explain to your fellow colleague about what that code does, or what's your objective for that specific code, then your teammate would find it difficult to work with you. So, or another thing would be if you have a project manager or product manager, and you are not able to explain well what's the status of the code that you are doing, or if there are challenges but you couldn't communicate well, then that is something that you need to start improving for you to be more efficient at work. Otherwise, masasayang yung oras ng mga tao, ng organization, ng team mo if you're not able to improve your communication skill well. Teamwork is also one of the soft skills. So working collaboration, because mahirap, right now wala na tayong one-man team. At least if you are working on a specific project, you will be talking to at least one. It could be specifically your boss, it could be your client, it could be your teammate. So you will be talking to at least one person. Ayan. And of course, initiatives among the other soft skills that you need to learn as well. Thank you for that, John Frades, for your input. We also have here a comment from our YouTube page, Fedel Magbanwa. Any familiar here with Fox Pro programming language? So this is one of the oldest programming languages as well. So if you guys are familiar with Fox Pro, then kudos to you. I remember back in college, we had that one. I know someone. We're looking for a Fox Pro developer, and they were talking to me, but I didn't know how to code in Fox Pro then, so they decided to find someone else to do the coding for that one. Okay, we have one comment here from Phoebe Manlapa Salamo. One of my motivations to be a coder is to secure and land a job better. Okay, sige. So these are the motivations for some of our participants. How about you? What are your motivations? Why you want to be part of the IT industry as a coder? Share them in the comments so that we also know your motivations. Okay, so for the Code Your Future journey, again, our mission in the Code Your Future initiative is really to transform Filipinos with zero experience to become successful tech professionals. And how are we going to do that one? So one is that from here at the bottom end, we have the no experience. So these covers graduating IT students, we have the non-coders, we also have career shifters. So there are multiple steps that we go that one. And the goal there is that for them to become successful tech professionals, that means high earning with limitless growth. Okay, so let's start. So one is that since we launched last April, is that we've had online coding trainings. So we have online, we have self-paced, instructor-paced, and hands-on. So if many of you were already part of the 40-minute coding workshop that we've done every fourth Friday of the month, is that you've already experienced what it's like, or a teaser of what it's like to become a programmer. So you were able to code in Python, you were able to set up logic, and you can already see the output if this is the input. So there, that's your code in at play. So apart from that one, in the StackTrack platform as well, there are multiple courses for free that you can take if you want to learn more about various topics. So you can just go check that out at stacktrack.com, and then there are multiple courses available for you. And the good thing is that it's all for free. Next would be hands-on interview kits, or prepare for technical interviews. So throughout the last few months, we've also had sessions with different employers. So for example, this afternoon, we have a session with GCash, with our Recruit Day, wherein they will be sharing with you what are the things that you need to know, especially if you're a new candidate entering the IT industries. What are the things that you need to know for you to become more successful in your applications with the companies that you want to really be part of? So there we have hands-on interview kits, and what else? And of course, we will be having virtual career fairs. We partner with different companies, for example, with JobStreet, Caliber, Workbank, and we all, even Accenture, and even with schools. We partner with schools as well in doing career fairs and being part of the career fairs, because again, today there are so many careers, there are so many vacancies in the industry, and we're always looking for talents. And for you to become qualified for these opportunities is, of course, you also have to prepare yourself. Apart from just the technical skills, ayon, as what our participant mentioned about soft skills, Soft skill is very important because it already shows on the first interview already. So if you cannot communicate well, if you are not so confident on there, confidence is also one from the onset. Even if it's just a video interview, we can already see how confident you are with yourself. So try to find ways on how to boost your confidence whenever you do these interviews. Okay, so these are some of the journeys that this is the journey that you will be taking as part of the Code Your Future initiative. So all the different initiatives in between, as long as the idea is that if you are a zero experience, if you are a Filipino with zero experience, we are helping you become a successful tech professional through the different initiatives that we do in partnership with the ICT. So this is the journey, and throughout that journey, we'd like to mention that there is also Stack League. So ano ba si Stack League? Stack League is the Philippines' first year-round programming league, and by now we already have 10 million cash prize year-round. So what is this? It's a competition, but it's pretty much self-paced, meaning if you want to challenge your programming skills, let's say you just started learning about Python. Now you want to test your skills. How good am I at Python right now? So if you take the challenges at Stack League, so there are different levels. So depende kung how good you are. If you are still starting out, that's okay because we have multiple levels naman. So we have si unranked, meaning hindi ka pa nakapag-solve but you are trying. We have bronze, silver, gold. Now there are cash prizes here every time you level up. So parang games lang din na from the start you have 0 points and then as you try to level up, nag-iiba yung rank mo, di ba? The good thing about Stack League is that you actually get cash prizes. Take note, these are cash prizes. So you try to improve your coding skills and you get cash prizes pa at the same time. You won't find any other platforms here in the Philippines that provides you such opportunity. So ano yung mga cash prizes here? So of course, if you're still starting out, we encourage you to really test and really improve your skills. So the cash prizes here is that if you level up to bronze, automatic, we will be sending you 100 pesos. That's just bronze. And the next would be if you level up to silver, there will be additional 100 pesos for you. And then if you level up to gold, is that you will be receiving 300 pesos. So if you try to improve your skills and over time, nas na-improve mo talaga as you practice more, that means in the league itself, just by leveling up, you will be already earning 500 pesos. And that's just for you as a person. And wala kang kaaway nito, it's just you and yourself and how interested or how driven are you to improve your skills. So that's one. So throughout the journey here, even if no experience, you already can start coding because you can practice your skills there. And then there are also cash prizes available throughout the league. So if you become part of the top 10, that means you will be receiving 500 pesos. That's automatic. Again, we are giving a lot of cash prizes in this competition. There are monthly competitions, there are weekly competitions, and it's really for coders who want to test and challenge themselves to improve their skills. And with that one, we'd like to share na lang din related to Stack League some of the Iyon. So this one, okay. Sige. So while mentioning about Stack League, I'd like to highlight what Renzo Peralta mentioned. It's like hacker rank with prizes. So you're right. So for now, related to Stack League, since many of you wants to improve your programming skills, here are just some of the things that we want to show you because these are some of the Stack League participants and for us to learn ano yung mga things that they learned in the league itself. So right now, we launched last March and by now, I think it's already the 6th month of the Stack League. So here, let's hear it from the different participants of Stack League.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League or you can message my Facebook page.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Cangoson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi, I'm Chris, an associate Java software engineer at PearlPay, and I enjoy coding since I like to build solutions to problems. And my advice to fellow programmers is to maximize debugging tools and to write clean and readable code.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, a software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis Tuguegarao in Agun in hackthenorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Barrera, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa Stack League playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
Ayun. So those are just some of the messages of our Stack League participants on how they're able to use Stack League as a platform for them to improve their code. So as you can see, as young as high school students, you already have participants in trying to improve their skills. And of course, we as early high school, may mga coding subjects na. And they see that as they bumped into Stack League, they are able to not just challenge themselves, but also even win cash prizes. So ayun, if you just want to earn and use have cash prizes for you to there are cash prizes for you to get and earn, and maybe gusto mo lang pambili ng kape or pambili ng bagong damit or whatever gusto mong gawin, or pambili ng games. That means you can use them already, and at the same time you get to improve your skills pa. Okay? And yun, if you guys have any, okay, let's read one of the comments here. So ayun nga, was what Renzo Renzo Peralta, sana yung rank ka doon malilipat sa Stack League. Ayun. So, pwede pa naman mag-start from 0, Renzo. So, even if you already ranked high doon sa hacker rank, you can still start ranking yourselves in Stack League. Okay, so we have here one question from Sarah Vofa channel. Hi, which laptop do you use for coding? Thank you. Okay, so to all of our coders here, can you share ano yung laptop na ginagamit ninyo? But personally, I just use a MacBook Air. Kaya naman siya. And then for others, ano yung mga laptop na ginagamit ninyo? Para you can also share with Sarah. Okay, next would be I'd like to highlight some of the comments here from Jude Tamares, being appreciated. What's the motivation? So that's the question. Being appreciated, developing skills, and an interesting project. Okay, so next we have from Audrey Tolentino. I am new in IT. One of my motivation as a sysad or systems administrator or server is the limitless opportunities to learn and understand how things goes inside a computer. Yan. So that's a really good motivation there, Aubrey. Next would be from Jomark Stan Vidal. So high-paying industry and flexible skills specialization as an IT person. We also have here from Marilyn Ceredon, new learnings. And from there, we'll see if I can change career, land for a job, and earn well. So that's also one of the things that we see, Marilyn, and we really are rooting for you to land a job and earn well in the IT industry. Yan, we also have from Suzette Sumalino, motivation is more career opportunities and job security and better salary. And this one, it's really interesting, from J. Villostas pala. So, pandemic-proof, that's right, and recession-proof career. So, that's one of the really, it's a different angle, but it's really relevant today, that IT is pandemic-proof, because even if it's pandemic, the opportunities, the demand has even increased further. From Lorena Nacorda, we have job security and financial stability. And from Maria Loni Maranan Ardamal, to future-proof whatever career I decide to pursue because everything is going digital. I agree with you 100%. One there, Loni. Okay, random source. Is it bad to say I'm in it for the money? Not bad at all, because after all, money is really something that we need for us to live in this life. Because if you don't have money, you wouldn't be able to pay for your internet, for your food, or for any hobbies that you want to go into. Okay, ayan. So thank you everyone for sharing your motivations. Let's see here. We have, I want to program with a former, ayun. We also have from Phoebe Manlapas Solama. So excited naman. I wanted to program with Stack League. Former programmer here. Matutupad na yung dream ko. Ayun, go for it, Phoebe. Kasi wala ka namang kaaway actually talaga dito. Yung kalaban mo is yourself. How driven are you to test and challenge yourself, to take challenges? So if you enjoy challenges, let's say if you play games and gusto mo talaga yung mga challenges, then this is one way for you. And it's valuable pa because you get to use this one in your career. Okay, so from Sarah's question, ayan, ito na yung mga response. Thank you everyone for being so helpful here. Okay, ano yung mga laptops na ginagamit ng mga ano natin, ng mga community members natin? So from Paul, he uses Acer i5, so 4 cores, 2.6 gigahertz, 8 GB RAM. We also have from Jay, MacBook Pro naman, mid-2015. May comment pa, the best MacBooks. Then Acer Swift 3 AMD. Okay, so from Julius Legaspi, he's using a desktop setup naman, Ryzen MSI A5 200 for the motherboard. Is Stack League for zero knowledge or refresher? So for Byron, this is for both. So a lot, for example, we have students na parang, sige, to share na lang. We have one student na sa school nila, medyo nahihirapan talaga siya sa, so coding na part. So, mahirap i-understand yung classes. So, what that person did was that person bumped into Stack League and then tried testing and understanding yung code and tried to just solve problems there. And then eventually, that person was able to level up. So, that person started to enjoy coding already. From the start na parang ayaw na ayaw niya ng coding kasi hindi niya magets. Nakita niya na, uy, may prizes dito tapos related to coding. So, that person tried it out. And yun, apart from just learning and improving the skills, may nakukuha pa siyang cash prizes. Ayun, so, and also for refresher. So, it's also good if you just want to, for example, on my end, I used to be an iOS developer, and then I moved to different paths. So for example, I moved into project management, and then currently now marketing, but marketing specifically for developers. But in the last few months, sometimes you just want to take your head off your current work and then try to solve problems. Ayan, I started coding in Stack League then. So it's good kasi it's different. Ibang problem solving yung nakukuha mo from this. And there are it's not just, there are situational situational problems in coding, which is something that you can apply when you already start working. Kasi yung logic here in the competition, you can also use that one when you started working na maybe similar yung logic or your challenges na gusto mong gawin at work or in your future work, and then may nasa-simulate mo na siya through coding. Ayan. So we also have from John Frades. Ano yun naman yung motivation ni John? So to maximize income, aim for international companies. Yes. Or as remote worker, then pay way, way, way better. Ayun. So I'd like to highlight here, as what John Frades mentioned about international companies. So if you search today, ano yung mga top companies here, international companies, it's not, you don't limit yourself in the companies here in the Philippines. Look for other companies. You can search what are the top international companies that accept remote workers. There are plenty. Or if you know people na nagre-remote work, ask them saan sila nag-a-apply. Because that way, may first-hand information ka na kung saan maghahanap. And with that one, you also know where to apply. And you also ask them then, how did they apply? Ano yung mga tips and tricks nila to get that remote work? And of course, because it is remote, let's say if you're looking for we are targeting a US company, that means they pay in dollars. So, mas malaki din talaga yung salary if you are able to prove yourself that you are suitable in the role or in the company that you're trying to apply for. Okay, so from June naman, what's the laptop that he is using? Intel i5-9400 CPU. Ayun, we also have from Brian Ona, Lenovo IdeaPad Gaming 3, Ryzen 5 core. Ayun. So Sarah, I hope our fellow CYF members here are able to help you in your question regarding what laptops they are using in coding. So also for others then, na career shifters or fresh graduates who are interested to consider ano yung laptops na you want to use, then you can get inputs here from our fellow programmers in the CYF session. Okay, so what else? So through the Code Your Future initiative since end of April, or I think May pala yun. So we have already reached out 9,512 Filipinos on their Code Your Future journey today. And it continues to increase as we go with different initiatives in the next few months. And with that one, yep, this is the end of my slide in terms of the different opportunities. And for all of there is one question pala na I'd like to highlight. And if you guys know, because you guys are very proactive and very engaging then, what are the programs na alam ninyo would be valuable to fellow fresh grads and fellow career shifters as well? So for example, one would be, ano yung mga courses na you were able to take na you think would be valuable? Preferably, it's free, but if it's not free, that's totally fine. There are others na hindi free naman, but you see na sobrang galing ng program na yon, then you can add it here. And you can comment it here. Or others would be, may mga YouTube channels ba that you follow na the tips that you learn there are very valuable. So comment them here so that we can also revert back to them, and then in the future we'll include them in the recommended resources from the community. Okay, so again, ano yung mga courses? Coursera courses, it could be Udemy, or if there are specific workshops, ayun, feel free to share them here. We have one question here from Emily Rogers. Naku, ang haba. Sige. From Emily Rogers, may activity po ba today? Naka-mobile po ako. So, merong activity later on, Emily, at 1 p.m. So, for the session today, this morning, we are doing talks. And then in the afternoon, at 1 o'clock, we are having a coding workshop. So, that would be a 40-minute coding workshop. And from there, you will be learning Python. And you will be running your first code if this is the first coding workshop that you will be doing. Okay? So, reading out ano yung mga recommendations ng participants natin here regarding resources on where they can learn programming. One is that, so from Kim Joshua Olit, Kuya Dev podcast. The good thing about that, Kim, is that Kuya Dev is joining us later at 3 p.m. for the Career Shifter Success Stories. If you guys are interested to learn about how their journey, ano yung mga tips nila as successful career shifters, stay tuned for the 3 p.m. session. We also have here from John Wilfred Arenos, Harvard CS50 naman. So if you are interested in these resources, feel free to take down these notes. So that's Harvard CS50. We also have two people from Aljan O. De La Torre and Vlad Sabino. It's Free Code Camp. We also have here from Aljan O. De La Torre. Thank you so much, Aljan, for sharing these resources. So we also have Project Sparta. From Rafael Diaz. DICT have free code courses for Python and with plenty of ice naman. So DICT, just check out DICT, follow their website because they offer a lot of opportunities for you, not just learning opportunities actually, but career opportunities as well. Get connected with the right people, with the relevant people, network with them because you'll never know ano yung mga opportunities that you will get just by being connected with them. So we have Phoebe Manlapas, my certificate po ba? So yes, there will be a certificate at the end of this course. Julius Legaspi, I learned another course on Udemy, React.js and React Native naman. So Udemy is one for Julius. We have from Vlad, I'm not familiar with this, but he said Scrimba. So Vlad, if you can share ano yung Scrimba in the comments, that would be really helpful. And I guess marami tayong fan ni Kuya Dev dito. So Kevin Arena says, yes, Kuya Dev. So later on, if you are interested to hear from Kuya Dev himself, later we will have a 3 p.m. session and you can ask all your questions there for Kuya Dev. Okay? So we also have here the ICT Mac 1 courses from Kim Joshua Olit. And then, ayun. So, John Frades. May link si John Frades na ni-start here. Anyone wants to start career in web development? He recommends this one. So, it's from Udemy, the Web Developer Bootcamp. Ayun. Speaking of bootcamp, later on then in the afternoon, after the workshop, we will be doing an info session regarding the Stack Track Full Stack Bootcamp. Actually, we are running the first batch already. We started June 13, and we are opening limited slots for batch 2. And the batch 2 will start on June 18. Sorry, not June 18, July 18. So after the session, you will know more about that. It's not free. It is a study now, pay later bootcamp. And later on, then you will also learn ano yung feedback ng mga participants because in 1 month already, they already demoed their first coding project. So in 1 month, you will already be able to code your first coding project. And with that one, sariling sikap ninyo yun. And yes, so later on, you'll know about the bootcamp. So thank you for that, for sharing about bootcamp as well. So, Erickson Judelia, pythonlearn.org, Audacity Grow with Google. Ayan. Everyone take note of these resources. These will be very helpful for you. Ayan. So, from Phoebe naman, DICT's Intro to Python, Random Source, Free Code Camp, W3, of course, W3 if you are an entry level, you just want to learn how to code, W3 provides that meron na ding editor. See, W3, wherein you can test your code there with different languages. Okay. Wow, we have Jervinel Boranega taking CS degree, computer science degree for full shifting career and Udemy courses simultaneously. Amazing, because it's not just you are learning from the program itself, but you continue to study outside of what the school provides for you. So hands down for you, to you, Jervinel. We have here one question here from Josh San Jose. Ay, nawala. Hold on. Yun, who's using Fedora Linux as operating system? Ayun. Anyone in the audience today who use Fedora Linux as operating system? Feel free to chat them here. Baka naghahanap si Josh ng kasabay paano gumamit ng Fedora. Okay. Done having ticket for 3 sessions. Wow, thank you for that, Aljon. It seems that you are really interested in the bootcamp and the info session. So later after the workshop, we'll be doing the info session so that you can learn about the available bootcamp for you. And again, it's not free. It's a study now, pay later. And the good thing about it is that if you're really interested to learn, in 4 months, you will be able to complete or you will have the relevant skills ready for you to land a job as a developer. And then you don't have to worry about cash for now because you will only start paying once you land a job in the IT industry already. Okay, so what else do we have here? Gilbert also recommends freecodecamp.org. Ayun. So, one question from Luis from YouTube. How to access the ICT Mac 1 courses po? And is it for free po ba? Ayun. So, for those who mentioned about the ICT Mac 1, can you answer here if it's free and how to access it? Ayan. So, what else do we have here? Ayan. Thank you, Vlad, for being so responsive. So, Screenbap po, may mga courses po na free. Meron din po paid. Ang kagandahan po sa kanila, pwede nyo i-edit yung code sa mismong video tutorial. Tutorial nila. I don't know kung paano nila nagagawa yun. Haha. Interesting. So, from the video tutorial mismo, may edit mo yung code. Interesting. Ayun. So, mas na-follow mo talaga, no? Thank you for that, Vlad, for sharing. How much po yung bootcamp? Ayan. So, Phoebe, you will learn more about the info session at the... you will learn more about the bootcamp later at the info session at 2 p.m., which is after the workshop. So, after mo matapos yung code ninyo, your first code, you will learn about the bootcamp after. Okay, sige. So, Linux lang. Ayun. So, from, ayun. So, Linux lang. Free Code Camp, Madami dun, easy to follow. Ayan. So we have random source. How do you pay later? Ayan. You'll know more about that then at the session after. And I think that's it for this session, unless you guys have further questions here. Again, we'd like to thank everyone for sharing your tips. The resources that you mentioned here has been very valuable. And we hope that for our career shifters, for our fresh graduates, you learned a lot from this morning session. And then later on, in the afternoon we will be having a 1 hour 40-minute coding session, and with that one, don't be late, because if you will be late, medyo mabibehind na kayo. And in the coding workshop, it's really important that you are on time so that you can follow ano yung mga steps ng chord. Okay? So I think that's it for this morning session. And in the next few hours, we will be playing resources and videos wherein you can learn tips from our Stack League participants, from what are their tips for you. You will also learn more about ano yung mga programs that you can take part of. And ayun, we'll be sharing with you then ano yung mga, we'll be repeating then yung mga resources that our audience here mentioned. Okay? So, and with that one, I'll bring back our host, Isay. Isay, are you back here?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Haifa. So yeah, that was a very insightful and interactive discussion with our viewers and participants. So we saw that a lot of our participants here are very interested in starting a career or starting to pursue their career in programming. So madadagdagan na yung programmers natin in the country. And of course, guys, we hope to see you in all of our activities, events, and initiatives. Okay, and with that, okay, let me. Okay, and before we take a break, I just like to do a quick reminder for all of our participants here. Once again, this is our agenda for this morning. So we just had a keynote message from our partner from the ICT, and we also covered the Philippine IT landscape today, which was covered by Haifa earlier, no? And she was able to also discuss the opportunities, no? What are the career programs that are available, especially in the industry, and what are the things that you could do to start pursuing that IT career. Okay. And with that, in the afternoon, we have a lot going on. First off is our coding workshop, which will happen at exactly 1 p.m. So we encourage you to join us here again before 1 p.m. so that you would be able to join in our 40-minute coding workshop. So for those who, for our participants today, if this is your first time joining our coding workshop, I'm sure you would really enjoy. And I also believe there are participants here who are with us now with our previous workshops. Now we already had three workshop. We had our first workshop before was the 15-minute workshop. Then we already had 2 40-minute coding workshop. No? So I hope you are also here with us. And after that one, at 2 p.m., we will have our Stack Trek full stack bootcamp info session, which Haifa mentioned earlier. If you are interested to start, to start your career by pursuing an education or enrolling in our bootcamp, so this info session is for you. And right after the info session, we will also do a Q&A about the bootcamp, no? So we will try to address all of your inquiries. And after that one is our career shifter success stories. And right after is our recruiter tips for new IT job applicants. So during our panel discussion, you can throw in, no, we can cater to all to your questions while doing the discussion. I failed to mention about, or to remind you, to please follow the pre-session assignment that was sent to you via email through Eventbrite. So there's a question, saan po magko-code. Please check your email, or if you haven't read or received it, or if there are participants here na who were not able to register, so just go to stacktrek.com and create an account. And with that one, if you already have an account, then you can follow through our workshop this afternoon. So you are required to enroll to a certain course inside StackTrek's website. So once again, follow the pre-session assignment that was sent to you via email, or if you haven't received or read the instruction, just simply create an account at stacktrek.com and you will be able to follow through for our workshop this afternoon. And for our raffle mechanics, which we already flashed a code earlier. So for those who just joined us right now, so once again, we will be having our Code Your Future Conference raffle. So this raffle is open to everyone attending in all of our sessions, since we have multiple sessions for today's event. And during the session proper, we will be flashing a code which you will use to submit for your raffle entry. Okay? Make sure to submit your code and details via bit.ly/CYF raffle. Okay, so we just flashed our first code earlier for our first session. And at the end of the conference, we will be choosing 5 winners to receive giveaways from our partners. Okay, and all winners will receive in the registered emails the details on how to claim their prizes. So I hope you got our code earlier. So that is our first code, and we will still be flashing more codes in our sessions this afternoon. So once again, be sure to come back or to join us again before 1 p.m. So since we will be starting our coding workshop at exactly 1 p.m. And there you have it. And that ends our morning session. And if you have any questions, feel free to type them in the comment section, and our team will be trying to answer them. So we will just be on standby for you. And once again, do not forget to join us in our session this afternoon. So that's it. And you could just stay on our end. We will be playing some videos for you to watch, for you to be able to know more about the initiatives and the activities that we have here at StackTrek and StackLeague. All right. So I hope to see you. We'll just take a break, and we hope to see you in our afternoon session. Thank you so much, everyone, and see you all later.
365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Stockbig Quest is. Stockbig Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrack. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrack. What I like about StockTrack is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. StackLeague has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that StackLeague can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via StackLeague or you can message my Facebook page.
Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrack. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrack. What I like about StockTrack is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrack. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrack. What I like about StockTrack is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. I am Benjamin Salitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I'm excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Salitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I'm excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
Hi, this is Patrick Salon, software engineer at Samsung Research Philippines. I had a really great time participating in the StackLink playoffs. This is a very fun way to not only practice your programming skills, but to also practice problem solving in general.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Cangoson. I'm working at Finastra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Barraga, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa StackLink playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
I'm Kim Clarence Peñaflor, software developer at Philippine Dealing System Corporation. The reason why I enjoy coding is because I love problem solving. And in this field, you want to run out of things to solve. There's always something new to fix, something new to figure out. My advice to the developers that are just starting: the only way that you can get good at something is to get started. And if you're going to try, might as well go all the way.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis Tuguegarao in Agun in Hackthenorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges, because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there, or fellow programmers or coders out there, is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills, because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
Hi, I'm Chris, an associate Java software engineer at PearlPay, and I enjoy coding since I like to build solutions to problems. And my advice to fellow programmers is to maximize debugging tools and to write clean and readable code.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, this is Patrick Salon, software engineer at Samsung Research Philippines. I had a really great time participating in the Stack League playoffs. This is a very fun way to not only practice your programming skills but to also practice problem solving in general.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Goson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Baraga, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa Stack League playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis Tuguegarao in Agun in Hakdanorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, a software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
Hi, I'm Chris, an associate Java software engineer at PearlPay, and I enjoy coding since I like to build solutions to problems. And my advice to fellow programmers is to maximize debugging tools and to write clean and readable code.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, this is Patrick Salon, software engineer at Samsung Research Philippines. I had a really great time participating in the Stack League playoffs. This is a very fun way to not only practice your programming skills, but to also practice problem solving in general.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions. Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions. Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions. Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice. Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Cangoson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye. Hello guys, I'm Dennis Cangoson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye. Hello guys, I'm Dennis Cangoson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye. Hello guys, I'm Dennis Cangoson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye. Hello guys, I'm Dennis Goson. I'm working at Finasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it. Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
business application platform, alright? Supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
business application platform. Alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital sector to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Stock Quest is. Stock Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
so technically, Power Platform is a business application platform. Alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital sector to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
now let me explain to you what Stock Quest is. Stock Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
so technically, Power Platform is a business application platform. Alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital sector to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
now let me explain to you what Stock Quest is. Stock Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page. Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions. Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions. I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions. Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions. Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges, because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there, or fellow programmers or coders out there, is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills, because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it. Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges, because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there, or fellow programmers or coders out there, is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills, because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it. Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges, because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there, or fellow programmers or coders out there, is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills, because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it. Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it. Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it. Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it. Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it. Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
business application platform. Alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital sector to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
so technically, Power Platform is a business application platform. Alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital sector to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
so technically, Power Platform is a business application platform. Alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital sector to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
so technically, Power Platform is a business application platform. Alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital sector to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stack League can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stack League, or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, this is Patrick Salon, software engineer at Samsung Research Philippines. I had a really great time participating in the Stack League playoffs. This is a very fun way to not only practice your programming skills, but to also practice problem solving in general.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Goson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Baraya, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa Stack League playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling dun sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
I'm Kim Clarence Peñaflor, software developer at Philippine Dealing System Corporation. The reason why I enjoy coding is because I love problem solving. And in this field, you want to run out of things to solve. There's always something new to fix, something new to figure out. My advice to the developers that are just starting, the only way that you can get good at something is to get started. And if you're going to try, might as well go all the way.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis, Tuguegarao, in Agun in Hakdanorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
Hi, I'm Chris, an associate Java software engineer at PearlPay, and I enjoy coding since I like to build solutions to problems. And my advice to fellow programmers is to maximize debugging tools and to write clean and readable code.
So technically, Power Platform is a business application platform, correct? Supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
There was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Stack League Quest is. Stack League Quest are side challenge events for league participants. On our second quest,
Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StackTrack. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StackTrack. What I like about StackTrack is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
business application platform, alright? Supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. StackLeague has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that StackLeague can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via StackLeague, or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, this is Patrick Salon, software engineer at Samsung Research Philippines. I had a really great time participating in the StackLeague playoffs. This is a very fun way to not only practice your programming skills, but to also practice problem solving in general.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Goson. I'm working at Finasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem, and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code, because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Baraga, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa StackLeague playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
I'm Kim Clarence Peñaflor, software developer at Philippine Dealing System Corporation. The reason why I enjoy coding is because I love problem solving. And in this field, you want to run out of things to solve. There's always something new to fix, something new to figure out. My advice to the developers that are just starting: the only way that you can get good at something is to get started. And if you're going to try, might as well go all the way.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis, Tuguegarao, in Agun in Hakdanorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges, because I love problem solving.
Hi, I'm Chris, an associate Java software engineer at PearlPay, and I enjoy coding since I like to build solutions to problems. And my advice to fellow programmers is to maximize debugging tools and to write clean and readable code.
So technically, Power Platform is a business application platform, alright? Supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
There was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Stack League Quest is. Stack League Quest are side challenge events for league participants. On our second quest,
I am Benjamin Salitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Salitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. StackLeague has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that StackLeague can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via StackLeague or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, this is Patrick Salon, software engineer at Samsung Research Philippines. I had a really great time participating in the StackLeague playoffs. This is a very fun way to not only practice your programming skills, but to also practice problem solving in general.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Goson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Baraya, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa Stack League playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
I'm Kim Clarence Peñaflor, software developer at Philippine Dealing System Corporation. The reason why I enjoy coding is because I love problem solving. And in this field, you want to run out of things to solve. There's always something new to fix, something new to figure out. My advice to the developers that are just starting: the only way that you can get good at something is to get started. And if you're going to try, might as well go all the way.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis Tuguegarao in Agun in Hakdanorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, a software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
Hi, I'm Chris, an associate Java software engineer at PearlPay, and I enjoy coding since I like to build solutions to problems. And my advice to fellow programmers is to maximize debugging tools and to write clean and readable code.
platform, alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just do the job.
Now let me explain to you what Stack Big Quest is. Stack Big Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
Hello, I am Benjamin Salitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I'm excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Salitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I'm excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. Stack League has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stackly can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stackly or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, this is Patrick Salon, software engineer at Samsung Research Philippines. I had a really great time participating in the Stackling playoffs. This is a very fun way to not only practice your programming skills, but to also practice problem solving in general.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Goson. I'm working at Finastra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Baraya, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa Stack League playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
I'm Kim Clarence Peñaflor, software developer at Philippine Dealing System Corporation. The reason why I enjoy coding is because I love problem solving. And in this field, you want to run out of things to solve. There's always something new to fix, something new to figure out. My advice to the developers that are just starting: the only way that you can get good at something is to get started. And if you're going to try, might as well go all the way.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis Tuguegarao in Agun in Hackthenorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, Let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
Hi, I'm Chris, an associate Java software engineer at PearlPay, and I enjoy coding since I like to build solutions to problems. And my advice to fellow programmers is to maximize debugging tools and to write clean and readable code.
Our platform is a business application platform, right? Supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Stack League Quest is. Stack League Quest are side challenge events for league participants. On our second quest,
And we are back. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello to our viewers and participants. Welcome back to the afternoon session of our Code Your Future conference. All right, so what to expect for this afternoon? First off, we'll have our 40-minute coding workshop. So I hope all of you have accomplished the pre-session assignment that was sent to you via email. If not, we have pinned the link to the instructions on the comment section. So I can see that almost everyone has successfully enrolled in our course. All right. So great job. And just in case you will be having some problems or difficulties during our workshop, don't worry because our product team is on standby on both YouTube and Facebook to assist you guys with difficulties or problems that you will be encountering. And with that also, we will also be having our full stack bootcamp info session right after our coding workshop. So if you are interested to start in pursuing your career in IT, so this info session might be very helpful to you. And also, after our bootcamp info session is our two panel discussion, which are the career shifter success stories and recruiter tips from our company partners. So this afternoon is we have prepared some very interesting sessions for you this afternoon. And also, I'd like to remind for you to be able to join in our raffle. Be sure to catch the codes that we will be flashing per session. So don't worry, we'll be flashing the link of where you will be submitting your raffle entries and at the same time, the code. Okay? So once again, kindly accomplish or do the pre-session assignment that was sent to you via email, or if not, please refer to the pinned comment that we put in the comment section, and do type in the word enrolled if you have successfully enrolled in our Code Your Future conference coding workshop course. That's it. Okay? And to continue, so ito, we will dive into the most exciting part. So papunta na tayo sa exciting part. And to continue with our program and to help us equip ourselves with programming, I would like to call in our very own product manager at StackTrek who will guide us in our 40 minutes to run our first program. Everyone, let us all welcome Miss Ariesa Ko.
Hello. Yun. Hello. Can you guys hear
Hi,
me?
Ariesa. Afternoon.
Hello. Good
Yep.
afternoon. Okay. Sige. So, I'll not hold you long. So, let's start. I'll share my screen. Okay. Okay. Sandali. Okay. So, before I start, so I'd like to navigate you with our platform. So first things first, based on the instructions, you need to enroll to Code Your Future conference course here dito sa Gain a Skill tab. There's a Code Your Future conference course. So once you're enrolled, you will be in this page. Okay, view course tayo. Alright. Okay. So just to check, so that we will be on the same page. So you click playground. Okay? Playground. Ayun. Okay? So please type in playground so that I'll be able to know that we're on the same page before we start. Okay? Okay. Please type in again playground so that I'll be able to know that we're on the same page. Okay. Sige. So while you guys are accessing something. Okay. Yes, I'm sharing my screen. So hang on. Could you guys not see my screen? Okay, wait lang. Ayun. Sorry. Yun. Okay, so this is the playground. So again, so you go to stacktrek.com, log in, then you could find the Code Your Future conference na course doon. Tapos, sa gilid, there is this thing called playground. Okay, so sa playground, you'll be able to be redirected here. Okay? Right. So while others are still exploring the platform, so I'll quickly discuss some few things, okay, before our said coding workshop. Okay? These are just simple things. Okay, I'll share my screen again. Eto. Okay. See. Okay. Sige. Wait lang. Medyo lagi yung share screen. I don't know why. Okay. Did you see my screen na ba? No, sige. This was the first time na nangyari sa akin. Okay, yun. Sige. Goods tayo. So, wait. Loading. Okay. So, I hope you guys could see my screen na ngayon. So, sorry, maybe my net is not cooperating well because medyo umuulan ngayon. So, this is your Code Your Future. So, this is a partnership with the ICT. So, the mission is to produce more job-ready programmers. Okay, so we'll be using Python this time. So, in Python, we should take note of the indentation. Okay, so later on, when we do the coding workshop, you always check on your indentions. Sige lang, I'll remind you on that one. Right. So, I'll be talking about the basic things that you will be needing dun sa workshop natin. Okay, so we have this thing called data types. So, what are data types? So, data types are used dito sa programming for us to be able to determine what type of data are we getting or are we storing. So we have this integers. So integers are whole numbers, basically just numbers without any decimal points. Okay? So as you can see here, we have 5, any number, 100, 1,000, 1 million, 7, 8, 10, 12, 22, so on and so forth. These are integers. Okay? The data type is int. Okay? So we have this floating point. So yung floating point naman are data types with decimal values. 2.5, 2.7, 3.2, 5.7, so on and so forth. 100.25. Okay? So floating point siya, or others call it double. Okay? Basta may decimal, it's floating point. While, if it's an integer, it's just a whole number. Okay? Okay, so hang on. Wait lang . Okay. Oops. Okay, oops. So we have this other data type called strings. So string is a sequence of characters. Yung characters are equivalent to letters. Okay, so when we say series of letters, that's equivalent to words, sentences, phrases, ganun. So, these are called strings. Okay, sa programming, strings yung tawag sa kanila. Okay, again, we have 3 data types na. Number 1 is we have the integers. We use it to store numbers. Okay, number 2, we have floating point. Okay, so we use it to store decimal values. No? For this one, whole numbers. For this one, decimals. Okay. Then we have strings. So strings are series of characters. So characters are just letters. Okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, so when we say strings, words siya. Okay, let's say Stack Trek, that's a string. DICT, that's a string. Okay, Philippines, that's a string. Okay, when we say I am proud to be a Filipino. That's a string. Okay? It's a sentence. Okay. So this is how you declare a string. So you enclose it in double quote. Okay? Double quote siya. This is what you call double quote. Okay? Ito, single quote. 3 single quotes yung i-enclose mo if multi-line siya. So, ano yung ibig sabihin ng multi-line? Kapag hindi siya isang line na parang ganito. Okay? So we have this if-else statement. Okay, so again, we have data types. We have this conditionals. So marami pa to actually, but this is just a glimpse of what you will be knowing, okay, in programming. So we have the if-else statement. So this is used for decision making. Okay, so conditions. If pupunta ako sa SM, ito yung fare ko. If pupunta ako dun sa, let's say, SNR, ito yung fare ko. Okay? So, pwede ding, if my grade is less than 75, I failed the subject. Else, I passed the subject. Okay? So, it's used to do decisions. Okay? So, ito yung basic flowchart niya. Test expression, it's equivalent to if grades, okay, is greater than 75, true siya, then pass. Else, fail. Okay? Another example. If, diba tawag? Height is equal to 5, is greater than 5. No. If true siya, then you're tall. Else, you're not. Okay, so pwede din yun. So, if else. If ganito, else ganito. Okay? So, this is basically one of the glimpses of our code runner. Okay, so let's start with a quick story. Okay. So, Anne is a working adult in her mid-20s. Okay? So, this story is actually applicable not only for people in mid-20s. Okay? So, her struggle is with how she would be able to track how healthy she is so that she could adjust her diet. Okay? So, diet is important as they say, no? Health is wealth. So, moving forward, BMI or the body mass indicator is a reliable indicator of a body fat based on height and weight that applies to adult men and women. Okay, so we have this indicator if healthy tayo or hindi. Kasi if like for example, lagpas tayo dun sa healthy na bracket, we need to adjust our diet. Or let's say what we are doing daily. So it is used to screen for weight categories that may lead to health problems. So the higher your BMI, the higher your risk for certain disease such as heart disease, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, gallstones, breathing problems, and certain cancers. Okay, so this is the story of Anne. Now we will try to help Anne. And as a programmer, we'll try to help Anne. Okay. So, body mass index is again a reliable indicator of body fatness for most people if it is used to screen for weight categories that may lead to health problems. So, healthy lifestyle. So, meaning if hindi tayo pasok dun sa ano natin, we need to do something. We could go to the gym, eat healthy, so on and so forth. Okay? You could reduce stress, habits, exercise, etc. Now, a healthy lifestyle is a way of living that lowers the risk of being seriously ill. So, we need to do that, no? Especially during the pandemic. So, medyo okay na ngayon kasi medyo hindi na ganun ka-strict. But nung 2020, way back nung una pa lang, medyo hindi tayo lumalabas ng bahay. Hindi tayo nakakapag-exercise, hindi tayo naglalakad-lakad, or even get the sunlight, no? Lumabas sa bahay natin na makakita man lang ng sunlight. So, kasi most of us, shifted to work from home setup. Kasi iba din kasi yung gumagalaw-galaw yung mga ano natin, yung mga muscles, etc. So, this is one of the common problem during the pandemic. Right. So, help yourself and your other friends monitor their healthy lifestyle by creating your own BMI calculator. So, basically, this is what you call flowchart. So, in programming, no, when we do flowcharting, it's our way to visualize. Okay, ano yung mangyayari next? What's next? Okay, so kasi programming is more on thinking rather than just typing. Now, if you could see pictures online na parang yung programming, nagta-type-type lang sila. No. Before you start coding, you need to think. What values do I need? How do I calculate it? Okay? So, parang ganun siya. Okay. So, input weight and height. So, what do you need? Based doon kanina, sabi ko, okay, in order to get the BMI, you need the weight and height of the person. Then, calculate the body mass index. Okay? Okay, so for reference, now, if yung answers natin mamaya, severely less than 16, 17, etc., etc., you'll be able to see naman. We'll go back to this one. Okay, so hang on. I'll share the screen for the code runner. So let's start coding. Okay, your own BMI calculator. Okay, saglit lang. Wait. Okay, share screen ako. Wait lang Hang on. Okay, wait lang. Naglo-load pa yung internet ko. Yeah, wait lang. Sorry for the slow internet. Ayun, there. So I hope you guys are in the playground already. So let's start coding. So before that, I'd like to emphasize that you need to choose a language here. So as what I've told you, we'll be using Python. So Python is one of a user-friendly language. Alright, so let's start. So, based dun sa flowchart natin, the first thing that we'll do, okay, is to get the weight of a certain person. Okay? So, weight, okay, is equal to, okay, float. Bakit float siya? Kasi when we say weight, so it could be 50.5. Okay? 49.8. So, but before that, I'd like to also add a comment here so that we'll know ano yung purpose ng ganito. Okay? So, get the individual's weight, weight in pounds and height in inches. Okay. So, float siya. Okay. Open and close parenthesis. Input. Okay, dito sa loob. Okay, so this is the input function wherein you ask the user for values. Okay? Mag-a-ask ka sa user ng values. Sorry. Adi, masyadong yung screen. Okay, I do hope this is better. Okay, so next. Sabi dun sa flowchart natin, we need to get the height of the person. So, float again. Okay, kasi these values could be in decimal format. Same as true with, we're talking about money. Okay, 50 pesos and 55 cents. 100 pesos and 75 cents. So on and so forth. Okay, input, open, close, parenthesis. Okay, good. So, next, we calculate. Convert the height from cm to meters by dividing it to 100. Okay? So, ito. Convert cm to meters. Yung height. Okay? So, height underscore in underscore meters, okay, is equal to height divided by 100. Okay. So when you name variables, always remember that we do not allow spaces. Okay, hindi siya pwede. Or put a number dun sa first na character. Di yan pwede. That's a big no-no in naming variables. Okay? And also, you could not put any space or parang special characters. Okay? So, always name your variables in such way that everybody would be able to understand. Okay? Next. So, compute the height times height. Okay? So, here. H2 is equal to, okay, height in meters. Sorry. Okay, so this is actually the formula and calculating your BMI. So you can search online on the formula. Okay, so height in meters. Okay, it's just height na power of 2, parang ganun. Height in meters times height in meters. Okay? Next, calculate the BMI. Okay? BMI, okay, is equal to weight divided by H2. Okay? So now you have your BMI already. Okay? So please do not execute yet. Okay, hindi pa tayo tapos. So, error EOF when reading a line means that di ka pa nakapaglagay ng inputs. Okay? So, we'll get there naman. Okay. So, you print the BMI. So, print. Okay. This is the print function. Inside it, lagay ka ng single quote, lagay mo yung string mo, your body mass, index, okay, is, okay, lagay ka ng space, tapos comma, okay, your variable. So, variables are used to store values. Okay, BMI. You need to check if this is similar. This is similar, this is similar. If this is similar, then this one. Okay, you need to check. Kailangan same sila. Okay, so once you're done, you click or you type in BMI. Okay, you type in BMI. Sige. So, this is how we calculate our BMI pa lang. Pero the gist of it is we'll be able to make a automation na alam mo agad if underweight ka, healthy ka, overweight ka, ganun. So, yun yung conditionals natin maya-maya. So I'll just wait muna. Please type in BMI if done na kayo dito. Okay. Sige. Let's wait for, I'll say, 2 minutes. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah. This is comma. Yep, comma. So, yung ibang comments nyo, I won't be able to see it, but, well, my team is there on standby. They will be able to reply to you. Okay, so far, so good. Next, we need a condition. Yung unang condition, the first condition should be, we will be checking if the BMI is a negative value. Okay? If that's the case, that's invalid. Okay? So, if BMI is less than 0, okay? Colon. Okay? That's how we check if the value is valid or not. No? This one. If BMI is less than or tama. BMI is greater than 0, sorry. Greater than 0, then we check for the classification of your BMI. Else, no, your input is invalid. Okay. Next. So as what I've told you that indention is important. No? This is where we check na if yung BMI mo is ano yung classification nun. So, it's blurry ba? Sige. So, again, so baka sa internet din. So, sorry. So, take this one. I'll try to make it a bit bigger. If BMI is less than 16, it's blurry. Wait lang. Yeah, I think okay na, guys. Could you confirm? Kasi okay naman on my end. So, okay na ba? Blurry pa din? Sige, baka naglo-load lang. Lakihan yung screen. Sige. I'll try. Okay. Sige. So, baka naglo-load lang din naman. Okay. So, again, so if BMI is greater than 0, then we continue now. If BMI is less than 16, okay, magpiprint tayo ng something. Print. Okay. Print, you are severely underweight. Okay, this is based on the table that I've shown you kanina. Okay, again, this one checks if greater than 0 yung BMI mo, then you check if it's less than 16. It means that you're severely underweight for the height and weight that you have. Okay, next. Okay. So, again, please take note of the indention. This one, isang indention to. This one, dalawa. Kasi nasa loob siya ng ganitong if statement. It means that this statement will be executed if true to. If true yung ganitong condition. Okay. If, again, sorry, elif pala, else if, ganun, BMI, okay, is less than 17, okay, magpiprint ulit tayo. Print, open close parenthesis, inside that, single quote tayo, okay, you are moderately underweight. Okay, so next, always note that ito should be aligned. Okay, these two. Okay, and your next statement here should be aligned din doon. Elif, sorry, BMI less than 18.5 semicolon, colon, print, open close parenthesis, inside it, inside a single quote, you put your string in, you are underweight. Okay? Elif, okay, BMI, okay, is less than 25, colon, it means here, as you can see, inside that statement, if true to, ito yung magpre-print. If ito naman yung true, this will be printed. Okay, that's how it works lang. If this is true, ito yung print niya. Okay, if this is true, ito naman yung print niya. Okay, so let's continue. Print, open close parenthesis, single quote, okay, you are healthy. Okay? Okay, next. Elif, okay, BMI is less than 30, okay, colon, print, open close parenthesis, single quote, okay, you are overweight. Okay, so this time around, you need to adjust your diet. Okay, if this is the result of your BMI. Next, elif. Elif means else if. Okay, BMI, okay, is less than 35, colon, print, open close parenthesis, single quote, okay, you are moderately obese. Okay? Elif pa. So maraming maraming conditions. If ganito yung ganito yung BMI mo, ito yung result niya. And if ganito naman, ganito yung result niya. Okay? Okay. So, elif, okay, BMI is less than or equal to 40, okay, colon, print, open close parenthesis, sa loob niyan, dyan ka maglalagay ng string mo. You are severely obese. Okay. Next. Elif, BMI is greater than 40. Okay. Colon. Okay, this is the last one. Print. Open close parenthesis, and inside it, you put your function. You are morbidly obese. Okay? Last. So sabi ko kanina, we are checking if we're checking if yung BMI is greater than 0. Kapag hindi naman, ito yung magpe-print ka ng else, print, open close parenthesis, single quote, the information is incorrect. Okay? So meaning, if you had, sorry, should be here. Okay? So, anong nangyari dito? It should be yung else natin. Okay? Yung else na to will be aligned to this one if nasa itaas. Okay? Let's see. Okay, yun. So, if, else. Okay? So, once that you have a negative value, ito na agad yung piprint niya. Incorrect. Hindi na siya, they will not be able to check here. Okay? So, what's next? So, we put the custom input. Okay? Any input that you like. So, let's say for me, I'll put here 46. Then, height naman, let's say, yes, this is Python. Let's say height, say, centimeters to, right? Inches. So, let's say, 12, 24, 30, 6. Okay? So, dalawang inputs. Ito yung weight, and then ito yung height. Okay? You execute the code by clicking this button. Okay? As you can see here, my mass index is 354.93. You are morbidly obese. Okay? So, you could try. No? Let's try to key in an input na ano. Key in an input na ano siya. Wait, hang on. Okay, so let's try to convert muna. Let's see. Okay. Mag-input tayo ng 110. Okay, that's equivalent to 50 kilograms. Tapos, same as din yung height. Sige, try natin. Okay, so same pa din, no? Mataas pa din siya. Okay, so lagay tayo ng height niya. Height natin, inches to, ano yan? Yung inaas is inches. Okay. So, say, say 100. Okay, sige. Let's try to put again custom input. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ayan. So, you could try. Say, okay. So, overweight. Okay. So, thank you, Raph, no, for pointing it out. Okay. So, once you're done, you type in done. Okay. So, you just play around with the custom input. It depends on you. Okay. Okay, you could play around with the custom inputs naman. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Right. yeah, we're on schedule. Okay, good to hear na medyo nakaano din kayo. So, this is basically your BMI calculator. Automatically, you'll be able to see. You'll be able to see yung value ng BMI mo, then ano yung classification niya. Okay? So, once you're done, type in done. Basically, yung nakita nyo kanina, yung mga slides na nakita nyo, data types, ganun, you see that it's a zero to hero. Okay? Zero to hero, coding. It means that if you're hindi ka talaga nag-code ever sa life mo, you'll be able to know, okay, from scratch siya talaga, from the fundamentals. Okay? So, this is the slides are from our Stack Trek Bootcamp. So, you'll be able to know about the Stack Trek Bootcamp right after this coding session. So, our team will be able to discuss it. So, this is just a glimpse of some of the coding exercises that you will be encountering in the bootcamp. So, EOF error, means that di ka nakapaglagay ng inputs or kulang. Okay, an indent does not match any outer indentation, so you need to check, no, if this one and this one is paired. Okay, so you check, guys. Okay, as what I've mentioned when I started the coding workshop, Python is very sensitive when it comes to indentation. Okay, so this one, these lines should be aligned as well. Okay, so hindi siya dapat na ito nasa dito siya, tapos yung ito dito siya. It should be aligned. Okay, so I think okay na, and that will be all for my coding session, because you'll be enjoying with a lot of sessions pa after this one. I do hope you stay in the show. Okay? Okay, see. Okay, so some of your errors, sige, tingnan natin if mababasa ko. Okay, please check if yung mga replies sa comments ninyo are some of my teammates who are assisting you with your errors naman. Okay, so I think overtime na ako. Isay, are you here?
Yep. So
Yes.
thank you so much, Ariesa. And for those, for our participants this afternoon, so we have kindly referred to the link that we are flashing right now, so you could view also the full code kasi hindi na siya visible here on our screen. So you could continue trying it out, and once you've successfully coded your program, just type in done. Or if you have any questions about or any concerns about the activity, so you could just comment them in, and our product team will be assisting you with that. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ariesa, for doing our 40-minute coding workshop for non-coders. That's it.
Thank you.
All right. And okay, so I can see that some are still trying to solve or trying to do their to code their first program. So congratulations to those who successfully coded their program in 40 minutes. And if you are not yet done, feel free to access the code via the link that we are flashing right now on your screen. Okay? And if you have any concerns or questions regarding the workshop or activity that we had, feel free to type them in the comment section, and our product team will be assisting you with that. So once again, congratulations for those who successfully coded their first program in 40 minutes. Okay. Once again, I'd like to remind you of our sessions for this afternoon. We will still be having our panel discussion right after the bootcamp info session, which will be after this coding workshop. So we have our panel discussion wherein our career shifters will be sharing their success stories. And our second panel discussion is our recruiters giving tips to our IT new job applicants. All right. And now we proceed with the next part of our program, which is our full stack bootcamp info session. So this was already mentioned earlier during the morning session. So we'll be doing an info session, and after our info session, we will be open for a Q&A with you guys if you have any questions about the full stack bootcamp. And with that, I'd like to call in Haifa for our full stack bootcamp info session.
Bootcamp. My name is Haifa, and you will know more about the Study Now, Pay Later Bootcamp, which will help you launch your software developer career with no prior coding knowledge required. So, last February 2022, JobStreet published a report regarding the top salaries here in the Philippines. And computer and IT is one of the highest paid professionals today. So that starts from entry level. As you get promoted and level up to junior executive, it continues to be high. As you level up to supervisor and manager, and finally even to senior manager, IT is one of the highest paid profession today. And in terms of candidates versus vacancies here in IT, this is a picture that you can imagine in terms of opportunities available for you. So as you can see here, the orange circle, that would be the candidates or the IT candidates applying for jobs in the market. And then you compare that one with the job listings available today. Their support is also you can see there is a huge gap between the number of vacancies versus the candidates available today in the market. So as a software developer, as an IT graduate, or if you are interested in shifting your career to IT, there is a huge opportunity for you in terms of job availability. And especially right now that since the pandemic, a lot of the companies and organizations are already trying to digitize themselves and making themselves available in the digital world. And most of the time, years before, the only companies that are hiring developers are usually the IT companies. But today, and in 3 to 5 years, these organizations will also start hiring programmers. We have the government, banks, hospitals, and even non-tech industries. These organizations will also start hiring developers as they try to move to the digital world. And now, why Stack Track Bootcamp? So this is the difference between taking a 4-year computer science course and taking a bootcamp. So if you graduate a computer science course, the coding hours that you will be spending, this is the computer science program that is endorsed by Chad, you get about 600 hours of actual coding. But when you compare that one to a 4-month intensive bootcamp, that would be about 704 hours of coding. So taking a course, a 4-year computer science course versus taking a 4-month bootcamp would give you an additional 17% more programming hours. So more exposure yung nakukuha ninyo for this particular bootcamp. And this is also one chart that we have available. What's the difference between taking a 4-year course, a computer science course, versus taking a bootcamp? So as you can see here, this is a report from arc.dev that in terms of years of experience, these are the salaries that a lot of our developers got. So if a person is a graduate of a 4-year college course, and then compared to with a boot camp, the boot camp graduates get about in their 0 to 1 years of experience, they get about 12% more in terms of salary. And then moving up from 2 to 3 years, they get about 37% more in terms of salary range. What's the reason for this? It's because graduates of boot camps has more intensive training and coding experience, and all of the things that they took in that short span of time is very intensive. And as they go out and as they graduate the boot camp, all of the things that they learned are very fresh. So bootcamp at a glance. So for this full stack bootcamp, it's 4 months time commitment. This means all of the applicants for the bootcamp, you need to really have the 4 months time commitment. Less than that, then we won't recommend you to take part of the bootcamp. So you really have to have the commitment for this one. Next is that it is online. And it is instructor based, meaning all of the activities that you will be doing, it will be based on what the instructor tells you. And then it is a study first and pay later program. So again, just to highlight this one, this bootcamp is not for free. It is a study first, pay later. That means everything for now, you don't have to pay anything upfront, but you will start paying as soon as you graduate and land your first job. So again, this bootcamp is a study now, pay later. So this bootcamp is not for free. I just wanted to highlight that one. Okay, so who should take this bootcamp? So this is for IT and CS fresh graduates. And of course, if you are still not a graduate, but you see that in the next few months you will be graduating already, then we can already accommodate you. Next would be if we have career shifters in this session who wants to pursue their first tech job, then this bootcamp is also for you. Now, what are the requirements for you to join the bootcamp? One, of course, you need to have a computer or laptop because it is an intensive coding training that means you really have to have the machine or the tools for you to learn. And of course, internet connection, because this is online, that means your code, the things that you will be doing, you should be able to have internet connection and for you to interact with your trainers as well. And this one, commitment to complete the bootcamp and be a successful tech professional. Next would be, these are just some of the highlights wherein you can develop and improve your skills by solving coding challenges. We can always learn by doing. That means a lot of the things that you will be doing in this bootcamp is really solving coding challenges or coding problems and coding projects. And here is what it looks like for you. The platform is already there. You don't have to install a lot of things, but here you can already start coding from the platform itself. Next, get real-time support from trainers. So throughout the bootcamp, throughout the 4-month bootcamp, you will have available trainers wherein you can reach out to, especially if you're having challenges. One of the challenges that we've heard from one of our boot campers before they took part of the Stack Trek full stack bootcamp is that they took self-paced course, and one of the challenges they face is that it's so hard to learn if you don't have anyone to reach out to, especially if you're having challenges. If they have questions in a self-paced course, there's no one to help you answer your question. So here, it's real time. That means if you have questions on the specific schedule that you're in, then there are trainers willing to help you out. Okay? Next, we also have daily discussions plus building real-world applications. So here, it's not just theoretical. You will be building applications that is being used as well in the real world. And in here, you can also monitor your learning progress. So some of the boot camps, like way before, it is in person, and it's so hard for you to monitor your progress. This one, each step of the way, you will be able to monitor your progress. You will know which modules you just completed, which chapters or which exercises where you're able to complete already. Okay, so this is one of the meat of this info session. What are you going to learn in this bootcamp? So start off, we have the code foundation. So think of it as your basics, or definitely your foundation we're in. Think of it as when you are learning how to ride a bike. So as you try to learn the skill of riding a bike, the key skill there, it's to learn how to balance. And then after you learn how to balance, and then you can already run, you can already use that skill to use different bikes already. So you can, through that balance, you can now ride a bicycle or other two-wheel vehicles in that case. So it's the same way with code foundations. This is the basic skill that you need for you to learn different programming languages. So once you learn coding foundations, different languages available out there will be easier for you because they will just be pretty much the same. It's just that they're different in some concepts and in syntax. And with this one, we will be using Python for you to learn your coding foundations. The second part is that you will be learning about web development. So the basics in how to build websites, those things, you will be able to learn that in this bootcamp. We also have JavaScript, front-end security. So it's also very important right now, especially if in the future you will be building websites with confidential information. So front-end security is very critical. And we also have here for React.js. Apart from building React.js, you will also be learning about best practices in this particular technology. Now, databases. So what you will learn in this bootcamp is that you will learn about PostgreSQL. You'll also learn about Node.js, Express, security, and web hosting. So it's really full stack wherein you have your foundations. You also have the front end, you also have the security, you also have the database, and of course, for you, you also need to learn about web hosting as well. And in here, the good opportunity here is that for bootcamp or for career shifters or for graduates of this one, why do you need to learn how to code? So one is that apart from being the highest paid profession here in the Philippines as of today, is that it has a really high starting point. The starting salary today as an average is 25 to 35K pesos, and it could really go higher, especially if, let's say, you have other skills that you can combine with your coding skills. So for example, just some ideas from our career shifters here who are interested to move into IT. If your expertise is, for example, you are good in design, then you can combine your design skills with your newly acquired programming skills. And that would really make you a highly valued professional today. So what if you are coming from a finance background? That means if you can combine your finance background with programming, then you can automate a lot of things. And that will make you a really valuable professional today. Okay, and in some instances, if you are really good with all of your combined skills, especially if you've mastered the skills in coding, some of the starting salaries could go up to 50K per month. Okay, so why StackTrack Bootcamp? One is that it is the nation's largest programming league. Ayun. So we launched Stack League. StackTrack launched Stack League, and it is one of the largest programming league here in the Philippines with 10 million cash prizes already, and it is supported by Microsoft, Accenture, AWS, JobStreet, and Rakuten, Viber, and many more. Actually, Gcash is also one of the supporting partners of Stack League, and the platform that is being used in this league is the similar platform that we use as you take part in the bootcamp at the same time. And then one is that we also have the Philippines' largest tech development project. So we, in partnership with the DICT, is that we launched Code Your Future initiative this year. And this initiative is really helping Filipinos become successful tech professionals, even with zero experience. So that is one of the largest initiatives that we have in partnership with DICT. And here are just some of the media features from the different initiatives that we have as of today. And thirdly, StackTrack is considered one of the top 10 edtech in Southeast Asia. And the people and the judges who identify these top 10s, we have people from Google, AWS, Wikipedia, Pearson, and Udemy. So here is a slide wherein these are the slides that you need to know. So for the full stack bootcamp, there are two schedules available. One is that we have the full time, and then we also have the part time. So all of these are study now, pay later. Again, this bootcamp is not for free. It is a study now, pay later. So for the full time, you will be able to finish your journey in 4 months, and then if you take it part-time, then you will have 6 months to complete and graduate in the bootcamp. So the schedule for the full-time, that is Monday to Friday. That's 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So in total, you will be spending about 40 hours per week total. So that is for full-time. And then we also have part-time. So if you here right now is interested, but you cannot exactly commit to a full-time schedule, so we have the part-time available wherein it is Monday to Friday, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then we also have Saturday, which is from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So on a weekly basis, you will be spending about 21 hours for the bootcamp. And then we also have, so we have live lectures 5 times a week, and the projects that you will be doing would be solo. And of course, you have trainers available for you, especially if you have questions or you are facing challenges as you go through the activities in the bootcamp. We have code reviews, and here is one of the important things that you need to know is that since our goal here is that after you complete the bootcamp is that you are ready for the industry. You are ready to take and land your first job. That means we will be also helping you with career insights, tips, resume writing, workshops, and mock interviews. So after you graduate, you are more than prepared to land your first job. So it's really more of empowering you and preparing you to take on your first software developer job, and then it's really up to you next on how you are going to level up further your career. And of course, as part of this bootcamp, since StackTrack has a lot of partners, you have as a bootcamper, you already have a guaranteed job interview. And how you prepare and how you perform in that job interview will be up to you, but we will be helping you in preparing you for that job interviews. Okay, so next would be just to give an overview on what is the study now, pay later. What does that mean? So here, once you get approved to be part of the bootcamp, on the upfront, StackTrack will cover all the cost for you. So the cost for paying for our trainers, for the servers, for the support, for the platform to be live, StackTrack will cover all of that for you. Now, after you graduate, let's say you took up the full-time schedule and you graduated after 4 months. What will happen is that after you graduate and you landed your first job, that means it will be the time for you to start paying back. And how much are you going to pay back for to StackTrack for you to fill in your payments? So that would be 17% for 2 years. Okay, so again, that's 17% of your salary for 2 years. And what are we going to do with the 17% that you paid for 2 years? So the payment that you will start giving StackTrack is what we will be using to pay for the upfront cost for the next batches of Study Now, Pay Later boot campers. So it will be a full cycle. So the reason we want you to be really successful in this boot camp is that once you become successful, you will also be helping the next batch of boot campers or career shifters or graduates who want to also be successful in their career. So be successful and also help the next batches of boot campers be successful at the same time. Okay. So some FAQs for this session is that what's the tuition? Okay, there is zero tuition fee upfront. And again, this is the one I mentioned earlier, that after you land your first job, that means you can now pay 17% of your monthly salary for 2 years through the income share agreement. Okay, and how do you register for the bootcamp? Just email your CV to bootcamp@stacktrack.com. And why should you apply? If you are interested in starting a career in the IT industry, then this program is for you. Beginners, career shifters, fresh graduates, or anyone who wants to kickstart your career as a future software developer is invited. And then, can you apply without a college degree? Yes, we have multiple boot campers who didn't have a degree, but they were already working, and they wanted to shift their careers to IT, and that's the reason why they joined. So yes, you don't have to have a college degree to join this boot camp. Other questions? What are the scheduling options? There you have the full-time, wherein you can finish the boot camp in 4 months. And then we also have the part-time, wherein you can finish it in 6 months. So for this boot camp, the language that we'll be using as we teach you the skills would be English and Filipino. So what are the what are the requirements to apply? So you do not need any programming expertise or background. We just need you to have the commitment to really complete this boot camp, because we want you to be successful so that we can help other people be more successful as well as they try to enter the IT industry. Will you be receiving a certificate at the end of the program? Yes, you will be receiving the certificate of completion as soon as you complete the boot camp. And what else will you be receiving after the boot camp? Next would be, we will be connecting you with our partner companies for programming jobs. And I think that's it for this info session. We hope you learned a lot. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them out, or you can also email us at bootcamp@stacktrack.com. And with that one, thank you everyone and good day. Okay, so now let's turn our screens to the Q&A session. By the way, Isai, can we move the slides to the call to action part, wherein our participants, for those interested, they can be there. You go. So you guys are lucky because as part of the CYF conference, we are reserving slots for the boot camp for you as one of the participants of CYF conference. So as mentioned earlier, we are only opening 25 slots for batch 2, and with that one, it's gonna be a first come first serve, and there will be a process involved for that too. So if you are already interested, then go ahead, just click this link bit.ly/StackTrack Bootcamp application. Okay, now it's time for us to cover some of the questions here. There. So we have one question from Edu. A lumbaring processor LPT, how much is the cost of the program? So the bootcamp is a study first, pay later program. And the arrangement is that after you land a job, let's say you took the full-time slot, the full-time schedule. So you are expected to already graduate in 4 months. And by then you are ready to land a job as a developer. And once you are successfully hired with any companies that you wish to pursue, and of course we will be endorsing you to multiple companies as well. The arrangement would be 17% of your monthly salary. Again, that's 17% of your monthly salary for 2 years. And the payment that you will be giving will be used to pay for the upfront cost of the next batches of full stack boot campers as well. Okay, so I hope that we're able to answer your question in that one. And same with Benedict, it's the same question: how much of your salary will be deducted for you to pay for the bootcamp after you get hired? So Benedict, the answer is 17%. So how does one pay later? Ayon. So it will be after you get hired, you will be billed 17% of your monthly salary. Is it possible to pay upfront for the bootcamp po? Currently, Luis, it's a no because that's the program is on a study now, pay later arrangement. So we also have question from Luis. Will there be a, what's this? Will there be a diploma or certificate for this bootcamp po? So at the end of the bootcamp, you will be receiving a certificate of completion after you complete the bootcamp. So let's say we have is there any grade schooler studying right now in Python? So we do have, let's answer these questions from Glendale. Is there any OJT for a grade schooler who's studying right now in Python? So currently in Staff Track, well, we don't have that one yet, but you can search Glendale because there are other companies who are willing to accept internships for let's say for students. Okay, so just go around, and it would be best because since you're still in grade school, what you can do is really reach out to them, send them a letter that you are really interested in this one and that you would want to really contribute in the organization through the skills that you will be learning. Okay, so here, okay, from Jerry Marte. So, meron ba option na upfront payment instead of study now, pay later? So, Jerry, currently we don't have the upfront payment. It's really just study now, pay later. But if ever we'll have that option in the future, we will be announcing it to everyone. So we have another question. So from Menda Lauron, is it 17% per month for 2 years? Yes, that is correct. That's 17% of your monthly salary for 2 years. Okay, so if we don't finish the course, how much is the actual training program? Okay, so there are, we will be sharing with you a copy of the terms and agreement, but for you just to get an overview, once you already have signed the terms and conditions, 1 week or less, that means if you choose to withdraw from the bootcamp and you've already attended at least 1 week or 1 week or less, that means you will be billed with 25% of the bootcamp tuition fee. So what is the 25% of the training bootcamp fee? That would be 25,500 pesos. And if you already have attended the boot camp for more than 1 week or at least between 1 week to 2 weeks, that would be 50% of the training tuition fee. So that would be about 51,000 pesos. And if more than 2 weeks and then suddenly you decide to withdraw in the bootcamp, you will be paying 102,000 pesos. So if you want to have a specific amount on how much is the tuition fee for the bootcamp, that would be 102,000 pesos. There you go. So, okay, so we do have one question from Maria Looney. What if you don't get a job? So today, as mentioned earlier as well, even in the morning session, there are so many opportunities for you. One candidate is multiply one candidate has about at least three job opportunities waiting for him or her. And with that one, it's unlikely that you will not get a job. But in the situation that there is no job that for example, the companies that offered you is not the company that you would like to be part of, then the arrangement here is that you will have a 6 months deferment status. What does that mean? That means it is okay for now for you not to pay until you get hired. So within 6 months, you can find a job that suits your style, the kind of job that you want, whether it be with remote, hybrid, or in office. So you will have 6 months to do that one. However, if after 6 months you still didn't get a job, that means you will need to start paying the 17% of you will need to start paying 25,000. No, not 25,000. It's actually 17% of the monthly salary, which is at a minimum. So that means you will be paying, hold on, you will be paying about, there. So you'll be paying 4,250 per month for 2 years. So again, just in case that was a bit confusing, let's say after you graduate from the boot camp, you will have 6 months to defer the payments. Let's say you didn't get a job yet in the next 6 months. And then on the 7th month, you will need to start paying for the boot camp, so that that's 4,250, so that with that, the funds that you will be paying will be used to pay for the upfront cost for the next batches of bootcamp learners. Okay, so next would be how long would they be deducting 17 per month? So Luis, that would be for 2 years. Okay. Okay. So okay. Ganda. What else? Thank you everyone for asking your questions. How long would they, okay, how many hours in a day is the class? So we have one question here from Jen Shiryuku. So for full-time, Jen, that would be equivalent to 8 hours. But for part-time, that would be 4 hours. So that's the reason why if you take this one full-time, then you will be able to complete the bootcamp in 4 months. But if you are going to take this one part-time, then it will take you 6 months. Okay. So from Mendel Lauron, do you automatically deduct the 17% from our payroll, or do we do it manually? So you will be able to read that one in the agreement. So yes, we will have to have arrangement with your employers as well on how to go about it. So it will be on a case-to-case basis. But if you were able to set an agreement with your employer, that means it will be automatic. However, if there are logistical arrangements that is not possible, then it will be on the latter side. Okay. So another question here from Luis. What happens if a student misses a class po? So Luis, if a student misses a class, a student can have a maximum of 10 absences for the boot camp. And after that one, if you will be absent on the 11th time, that means you will be automatically dropped off the boot camp already, because again, we would like to highlight you will need to have you will need to have the commitment to take and finish this bootcamp because it is only very limited. That means we want that those who are taking this bootcamp are the ones who are really driven and ready to take the next steps in becoming a programmer as a career. So if you have second thoughts, like you're not sure that you really want to be a programmer, then we do not recommend you to apply because we need someone who is really driven because sayang yung slots. There are very limited slots and that means it takes commitment, huge commitment for you to really be part of the bootcamp. And also, if you become successful in this boot camp, you will also be the trigger for the next batch to be successful. So once you become successful, you also help the next batches of people, the next batches of learner who also want to take the boot camp as part of their steps in taking their coding career. So you once you become successful, you also help the next batch become successful already. Okay, thank you, Phoebe, for filling up the bootcamp application already. What if first offered salary is 20K, so 17%? And what if 30K on the other side? Yes, Jervinel, that's correct. So it is 17% of your salary talaga. Whether or not anong salary yung nakuha mong offer, regardless, that would be 17%. Bakit 17%? Isipin mo na lang na whatever contribution that you will be able to provide, the higher your salary also means the more successful that you are. And that means whatever it is that you will be able to contribute, it is also you are also able to help the next batches be more successful. So you will help another Filipino be successful with your success. Ayan. Can my mom send an email? Can I have your email address? Okay, so Glendale, you can send an email to bootcamp@stacktrek.com. Ayan. So from Jude Tamales, we are having the next batch on July 18. And yes, there are still slots available. Okay. Thank you, Glendale, for sharing that you enjoyed the session. So with that one, do you guys have any other questions regarding the bootcamp? Okay, it seems like we have no more questions. And with that one, we wrap up okay, sige. So, all right, Marilyn Seredon, is there any considerations that happens or possible will happen, student not be able to finish the course for some reason or not being able to get a land in a few or 6 months? Okay, so yes, there are case-to-case basis, but while this one is, of course, if there are really emergencies that happens, then that's something that we, as much as possible, we try to avoid. But if it does, then we can make consideration. But then again, it will be on a case-to-case basis. Okay, so we have one question here from Joffrey Samarita. Do you have also courses for cloud computing? So part of the bootcamp, Joffrey, it includes there will be some parts wherein cloud computing is covered, but you can check out the StackTrack marketplace for courses available in cloud computing. But if there is none that you can find, then we have partners that offer cloud computing courses. So for example, our partners Microsoft, they also have they provide these courses. And then you also have AWS. They also provide cloud computing resources. So just go check out their website and you will find those different courses. May certificate po ba ito, ma'am? This is a question from Mark Joseph Preciados. Yes, there will be a certificate of completion for this one. Willing to pay in 6 months, but not 24 months. Willing to pay in 6 months. Okay. So with this one, Marilyn, if that's the case, then we can make different arrangement for this one. So if you want to wrap up, like um, what's this? Like shorten the time that you can pay later, then we can make arrangement for this one. Okay, how do you choose applicant? How This is from Beverly Mateo. So how do you choose which applicants will be included in the boot camp? So there will be certain processes here in the boot camp. So I'll just verbally share with you so that you have an overview on how we are going to select the boot camp participants. So one is that, of course, here you can find in the link, you need to submit your application first. Next would be, there will be a suitability quiz wherein you will need to fill up. So if you are suitable for the boot camp, of course, there are different case-to-case basis. For example, one is that you have the machine, or do you have a laptop? So probably likely we need to have that one sorted out, internet connection, and there. So you will be able to take that suitability quiz, and we will evaluate if you are suitable for the bootcamp. That also includes schedule as well. Next would be next would be, we will have certain interview questions, and this will be based on how committed are you to complete the boot camp, and if you will pass that interview, that you were able to show that you are really committed in joining and completing the boot camp, then you will go to the next step, which is we will be sharing with you the terms and conditions, the agreement for you to review, and then you will need to take a little an assessment just for you to test if you really understood the boot camp agreement, because it's difficult if you just sign it and you do not know what the agreement means to you. Okay, and with that one, if you're able to pass all these three stages, then you will be selected, or unless there are no longer slots, but if there are still available slots and you were able to complete all these steps, then you will be selected as part of the bootcamp. Okay, may age limit po ba kung sino ang pwede maka-join sa bootcamp? So the answer, Luis, is wala. So you can be you can be a senior citizen and still be part of this one, but the idea here is that you should be able to be ready for work after you graduate the boot camp. Okay, so I think that's it. Are there any more questions? Okay, from Joanne. Is the bootcamp classes one-on-one, or you have classmates? So you also have classmates here, Joanne, but for this one, the projects that you will be doing will be on your own. That means all the coding you should do on your own. But you also have trainers, live trainers, wherein if you have questions, then you can reach out to the live trainers. The one of the things that is difficult for self-paced boot camps is that it's difficult if you do not have someone you can reach out to for questions. So that is one of the things that we address here at the Stack Track Full Stack Bootcamp. You will have mentors, trainers, wherein you can reach out to for your questions. Okay, so I think that's it. Wala nang pahabol na questions. Okay, so it seems like we're good to go. Okay. Sige, may pahabol si Luis. Will we be referred to partner companies po after completion of the bootcamp? The answer is a big yes. So we have a lot of partners at StackTrack, and all of these companies are hiring. So we will be referring you to them as you completed the bootcamp already. And actually, you already have we have arranged with different companies already, and there will be available slots for bootcamp graduates. So that's something to look forward to. Okay. So anything else? Okay, so I think I'm turn it over. Sige, may pahabol na questions. Meron po bang age qualification sa kanila? Of course, this one, because it is gonna be work, Luis, you need to you need to have at least be of legal age for you to work. So our legal age here in the Philippines is 18, so you need to be at least 18 years old for you to start working to these with these companies. Ayan. I think that's it. Meron pa ba? Okay lang yan, Luis. Baka may pahabol question ka pa. Okay, sige. And with that one, I turn it over now back to Isay, our host, for the next parts of the program. Isay?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Haifa, for catering to our questions regarding the full stack bootcamp. So, for our participants here today, if you wanna launch your IT career, so this bootcamp might be fit for you, or this is what you need. Okay, so be sure to reserve your bootcamp slot via bit.ly/StackTrack Bootcamp application. So I can see, or based on the Q&A portion that we had earlier, I can see that a lot of you are somehow interested with our full stack bootcamp. All right. And with that, okay, let me just... Okay. And we still have 2 remaining sessions for this afternoon. We will still be having 2 panel discussions. First is the Career Shifter Success Stories, which will happen at 3 p.m. And the next will be a panel discussion with our recruiters and their tips for the new IT job applicants. And with that, we will just take a short break and we will be back at exactly 3 p.m. So don't leave yet. We still have we still have 2 panel discussions happening this afternoon. So we'll just take a quick break and I'll see you guys in a while.
business application platform, alright? Supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital sector to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. StackLeague has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that Stackly can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via Stackly or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, this is Patrick Salon, software engineer at Samsung Research Philippines. I had a really great time participating in the Stackly playoffs. This is a very fun way to not only practice your programming skills, but to also practice problem solving in general.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I use my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Goson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Baraga, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa Stack League playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
I'm Kim Clarence Peñaflor, software developer at Philippine Dealing System Corporation. The reason why I enjoy coding is because I love problem solving. And in this field, you want to run out of things to solve. There's always something new to fix, something new to figure out. My advice to the developers that are just starting, the only way that you can get good at something is to get started. And if you're going to try, might as well go all the way. I'm Kim.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis, Tuguegarao, in Agun in Hackthenorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there, is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills, because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
Hi, I'm Chris, an associate Java software engineer at PearlPay, and I enjoy coding since I like to build solutions to problems. And my advice to fellow programmers is to maximize debugging tools and to write clean and readable code.
Hello, I am Benjamin Salitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I'm excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
so technically, our platform is a business application platform. Alright, supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
there was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
now let me explain to you what Static Quest is. Static Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
Hello, I am Benjamin Salitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I am excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
Hi, this is Ultra Basic Tech, an aspiring programmer. I've worked as a technical support and a systems analyst. StackLeague has been a great platform to challenge and improve myself. The joy of getting your code to work after endless hours is the reason I love coding. I'm hoping that StackLeague can help me connect and potentially apply in a company as a programmer. Let's master the basics and eventually create something marvelous. Let's make coding ultra basic. Feel free to connect to me via StackLeague or you can message my Facebook page.
Hi, I'm Ralph Richard Yanto, a grade 12 student from Philippine Science High School Bicol Region Campus, and this is why I love to code.
Ever since I was a kid, I was in love with mathematics. When I learned coding, it became one of my hobbies immediately, wherein I used my mathematical abilities to the fullest.
Now, for a bit of advice for those who want to be as good as me, start formulating some simpler solutions to some problems you have difficulty in, and try to make your way up and make faster and more efficient solutions.
Hello everyone, I'm Jolo, grade 12 student from Philippines High School Bicol Region Campus. I have enjoyed coding as I get challenged every time. Even though some of them are difficult, I try not to be faced by these but instead learn from them. Aside from enjoying the process, one needs to work hard and be determined to face them. So to those aspiring coders in the country, my advice to you is never give up and practice. As said by the greatest shooter of all time in basketball, Stephen Curry, success is not an accident. Success is actually a choice.
Hello guys, I'm Dennis Goson. I'm working at Pinasra as a software engineer. I love coding because it challenges you to find ways to solve a problem and also gives you a sense of fulfillment when you solve it. To my fellow programmers out there, my advice is that you try to spend time reading others' code because it gives you a new perspective on your coding. So who knows, you might learn a thing or two. That's it. Bye.
Hi po, ako si Clyde Lawrence Barraga, grade 12 from Philippine Science High School, Bicol Campus. At ang experience ko sa Stack League playoffs ay masaya siya at challenging. At ang advice ko naman sa mga gustong gumaling sa competitive programming ay mag-practice lang sila palagi at sumali sa mga contest gaya nito.
I'm Kim Clarence Peñaflor, software developer at Philippine Dealing System Corporation. The reason why I enjoy coding is because I love problem solving. And in this field, you want to run out of things to solve. There's always something new to fix, something new to figure out. My advice to the developers that are just starting: the only way that you can get good at something is to get started. And if you're going to try, might as well go all the way.
Hi, I'm Elton, a software developer in St. Louis Tuguegarao in Agun in hackthenorth.ph. I enjoy coding because I like to challenge myself and learn new things. For you guys out there, let's learn together with Stack League and improve our programming skills.
Hi, I'm Windel John Vega, a software developer at University of St. Louis. I love coding because it basically makes me feel great whenever I solve programming challenges because I love problem solving. My message to my fellow developers out there or fellow programmers or coders out there is that you just keep on practicing, just keep on enhancing your skills because practice makes you one step ahead of those who doesn't practice, of course. And that's it.
Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StackTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StackTrek. What I like about StackTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I'm excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time. Hello, I am Benjamin Sanglitan and I am a software engineer here at StockTrek. I was passionate about developing stuff, that's why I decided to upskill myself, which then landed me a job here at StockTrek. What I like about StockTrek is the balance between freedom and responsibility that they give to us. Also, along the way, I was able to gain a lot of vital technical skills. It's still been less than a year since I was hired, but I'm excited to grow more individually while making the company grow at the same time.
So technically, our platform is a business application platform, correct? Supports an extended Microsoft and Dynamics 365. So it's not a built solution. So if we're talking about business apps, as in business apps,
There was a need to invest in digital tools and technology to secure data. Hindi na pwede yung tipong they just
Now let me explain to you what Stockbig Quest is. Stockbig Quest are side challenge events for lead participants. On our second quest,
welcome back everyone. So, di pala welcome back kasi I think di kayo umalis. So, and now we proceed to one of the also parang exciting part ng ating conference for today, especially na earlier we've noticed na we have a lot or most of our participants who interacted were career shifters or people who are planning to do a career shift. And at this moment, we proceed with the next part of our program. At this moment, we will be proceeding with our panel discussion on the career shifters' success stories. And let me introduce to you our first panelist. He's a JS team leader at Prospel and the founder at Tech Career Shifter Philippines, and is also a podcaster at Kuya Dev Tidbits. Let us all welcome RM Rem Lampa, Kuya Dev himself. And for our second panelist, he's a co-founder and a web developer at Cold and Clark IT Solutions. Let us all welcome Jocelyn Castañeda. JC?
Hello.
Here. Hi, Rem and JC. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for having us. It's an honor.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, good afternoon.
So, I think excited na yung mga participants natin to do this panel. So, with this, we will be, while discussing, we will also be catering to some of the questions that our participants will be throwing in the comment section. But before that one, let us start first with our first part is that can you briefly introduce yourself and share how you ended up in the IT industry as a developer? Maybe we could start with JC.
Oh, yeah. Hi, good afternoon again. Thanks for having us here. Yeah. Thank you for the invitation. Okay. Brief into brief, okay, brief introduction. Yep. I am a ECE graduate. Worked in a construction company for 7 years. Then, ayun, nagka-family, nagka-anak, nagkaroon ng, misis, nagkaroon ng family. Nag-isip ng way para makauwi. And I still need to provide. And thing is, my first love talaga before knowing what I really want to do after school is programming. Even while studying electronics engineering, we have a subject programming. I think that was Turbo C or BB.net. Then I tried. So I study. I failed multiple times, like more than 5 times. Yeah, as far as I remember. Then suddenly it just clicked. Then the rest is history. I'm here now. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JC. And how about Rem?
Similar din kami ng naging experience si JC. Galing din ako ng I came from electrical engineering. I was part of a distribution power company for almost a decade. And first love ko rin actually programming. At unfortunately, nung panahong naghahanap ako ng course, it was yung parang nag-burst yung tech bubble. So nakakatakot pumasok sa sa IT industry. So I opted na lang na kumuha ng ECE, but I graduated as an electrical engineering. And eventually, 10 years after gumraduate, I realized na pwede palang mag-shift into tech. So I took the opportunity and luckily eto kami ni na JC nakatalon.
Right. So, totoo pala yung saying no na first love never dies. Kasi yun yung first
Yes.
love niya tapos bumalik lang kayo sa sa
Babalik at babalik
programming,
ka.
no?
Yeah.
So, yun guys. So, yeah. Because if you do something kasi that you love, it won't really feel like, it won't feel like work, diba? You enjoy doing everything. So, okay. Again, to our participants, feel free to throw in your questions, no? If you have any questions, so we'll be glad to cater to them all. So, let's proceed to our next questions. And with that one, what were the key decision points when you were evaluating to shift careers? This time, maybe we could start with Rem.
Actually, for me, I didn't really actively pursue shifting careers. It came later. Nung mga panahon nga na yun, nung medyo nasa 30s na tayo, and I was really enjoying coding. Kasi tuloy-tuloy pa rin kahit na nasa engineering ako. Parang on the side, nag-aaral ako, ano lang. Tsaka sa office din, gumagawa ako ng mga scripts. But nothing really serious. Then, biglang nag-boom yung mga tech startups again. Then I thought maybe I could build something and build a startup around it. So, sineryoso ko na. And doon ko naisip na gusto ko talaga yung programming. Then, natuklasan ko yung free code camp. I don't know if people are aware of that. Nung nakita ko yung free code camp, doon ako naging aware na pwede palang tumalon into the tech industry. Na wala talaga akong idea na pwede pala yun. Kasi, dito, parang iniisip lagi is kailangan ng degree to move into a certain career. So, kailangan mo pang ulit bumalik sa college. Then, parang namulat yung isip ko na pwede pala na gawin to. Although, of course, I didn't know anyone who actually did it dito sa Philippine setting. So, I tried. It wasn't really, doon ako nag-decide talaga na gusto ko siya. But it took me a while before I really got into the tech industry because, walang ganito walang mga ganitong event, walang mga ganitong mga tao na nag-share ng insights nila paano nagawa. So, parang lumabas, parang naging pioneer kami kahit papaano. Although, ngayon may nakikilala na ako ng mga dati nagawa doon. But during that time, wala nag-share. It wasn't really out in the open na pwede pala. So, yeah, siguro yung naging decision ko, gusto ko talaga yung programming. I wanted to pursue, yun nga, my first love. And, it turned out well.
Great. Thank you, Rem. And how about JC?
Almost same kay Rem. Walang key decision na about like gusto ko talaga yung programming. Yung parang advocate ka talaga ng something. Isa talaga sa akin is kinda outside the programming. Nasa abroad ako noon and iba na kasi pag iba na pag may partner ka na, may anak ka na. Magkaiba siya nung single ako, palaro-laro lang. Wapa kigaano So that time sabi ko, siguro ito na nga talaga, no? Tatry ko na lang. Basta kahit maliit ang sahod, sige na, tatawin ko na to. Then isa pang reason is i-assign ako next sa Algeria. And I sa totoo lang hindi ko gusto ma-assign sa lugar. So, nag-resign na rin ako. So, inubos ko na yung option ko hanggang sa ang matira na lang talaga is tutuloyan ko to. Sabi ko, sige, tutuloyan ko na to. Ito na yung decision. Then, from there, sabi ko sa miss ko, let's work it out kung ano mangyayari. If I'm gonna fail, sige, tingnan natin kung ano yung susunod. Basta nangyari, parang bahala na. There's nothing key or parang wala akong tinitignan. I gusto ko lang talaga na subukan na and hatawin na. ganun yung nangyari that time. Yup.
All right, thank you. So yeah, agree with what Rem said, no, na right now there are a lot of opportunities and initiatives that are available for you guys na you should really grab, no, join some events, some competitions, and some, events like this. Since JC mentioned about failing or failure, so our next question would be, one common theme when shifting careers is the fear of failure. This is very common in all
No.
careers ata, not only in the IT industry. So how were you able to manage this fear? So siguro specific parang specific na things that you did in handling
Hmm.
your fear. And since you've mentioned it, JC, maybe we could start with you.
Okay, sure. Uh, yeah, failure as a cause. Tama, di ba? May bayad ng mali. Depende lang kung gaano kalaki yung mali. So, pag sa exam, it's either pagbayaran mo ng bagsak ka, or kapag sa trabaho naman, pag delikado yung trabaho mo, pwede mong pagbayaran ng injury yung mali mo. So, itong decision ko yung decision ko to shift career, ang pwedeng cost nito is what? Money. Babayaran ko talaga yung magre-resign muna ako aalis ako and I will be leaving my comfort zone. So, na kumikita naman ako ng maayos and aalis ako dun sa alam ko na yung nagagawa. So, yeah, the cause of the failure this time is money. So, nag-usap kami ng misis ko na mag-ipon muna kami bago ako mag-resign. Mag-ipon kami ng 6 months na budget. Yun yung pinaka-bayad ng failure ko kung darating man yung failure. And we knew that it would come. Ayun. So, yeah, ganoon yung ginawa namin. Nag-ipon muna kami, I resigned, then saka ako nag-aral and aral apply ako noon Like, nag-aaral ako, let's say, ang ratio nun is, for example, nag-aaral ako for 8 hours. Nagtatry ako mag-apply online like 30 minutes to 1 hour. So, naglalagay lang ako ng maliit na time para mag-apply, then aral ulit. Kasi yun yung mas mahalaga So, kailangan ko munang magkaroon ng skill, makapag-develop ng skill, bago ako matanggap, bago mag-apply. So, yes, failure as a cause, and yeah, prepare for the cause. Isa yan sa mga pinakamagandang gawin. Kung talagang decidido na mag-career shift, yeah, I think we lost.
Sige, tuloy lang natin.
Yep. Then the next is, yeah, lagi ko lang sa isip, there's a very thin line separating failure and success, no? Hindi ganun kabigat pati rin yung thin line na yun. Basta makarating ka doon sa point na malapit na. So, parang pawn lang sa chess, no? Abante lang, walang paatras na galaw. Abante lang na abante. Yeah, maharang at some point maharangan ka, but yeah, there's walang way back. Mabante ka lang. So, small move, malaking move, yeah. Yun. Prepare ng cause, prepare mo yung cause ng failure mo, and the next is malaking time pa rin sa studies. Maliit na time sa pag-apply para makapag-shift ng career. Yeah. I mean, like 90s to 10. 90-10, ganyan. 10% ng time mo. Check mo yung market, check mo yung skills na required. Yeah, nag-create ako ng mga accounts sa Upwork, sa may LinkedIn na ba noon? Yeah, LinkedIn, Monster, basta lahat ng mga job site. Pero ang aim ko is hindi makapag-apply mo yan para makita ko lang kung ano ba yung hinahanap ng market ngayon. Para alam ko yung susunod kong aralin. Tulad kasi nasabi ni Rem, wala ganito that time. Like 2016 ako nag-aral So, nag-self-study ako noon. Then 2017 ako nagkaroon ng part-time gig. So, yeah. Ayun lang, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, JC. So yeah, there's no other way but to go up, no? And siguro because also of the support of your loved ones, maybe that's how you um were able to overcome that fear. Thank you so much, JC. And now let's hear it from Rem. So how were you able to manage the fear of failure?
Yeah. Common theme nga 'to kasi nga parang nung nakaraan nga kaka-post ko lang nung ano, sa Facebook nung about this ano, this topic, failure. Actually, on my part, medyo may pagkasigurista ako kasi I didn't leave yung ano yung job ko before actually applying. So, I always had that fallback. But andun pa rin yung fear na parang mare-reject ka, 'di ba? Parang yun nga, sabi ko nga sa school setting ang turo sa atin is to be always perfect, 'di ba? Parang yung failure sobrang taboo, sobrang nakaka-down. But in life kasi parang we have to face failure. We have to embrace failure. So, in the very first ano ko, applications ko, sobrang dinadamdam ko talaga yung pagka nare-reject ako parang para sa akin ba talaga 'to? But eventually na-realize ko na with every failure kasi sabi nga ni JC, may natututunan ka eh. So, ginrab ko yung opportunity of every attempt to learn. Ano ba yung kailangan nga nung mga ano, bang hinahanap ng mga 'to? Ano ba yung kailangan nila? So, yun na magiging focus ko. And magiging parang guiding light mo towards dun sa goal mo. So, yun na lang ginawa ko. Parang nung na-realize ko yun, parang may nag-flip na switch. Yung kaba before interview nawala, parang mas naging ano ako, mas naging comfortable. Tapos binabaliktad ko minsan yung tables na syempre nagtatanong sila. Nagtatanong na rin ako tungkol dun sa company nila. Tapos binabaliktad ko yung ano, ako na nag-i-interview minsan dun sa ano sa akin, yung sa interviewer. Ako yung nag-i-interview. Lumalabas. So, ayun, in-enjoy ko lang yung process. I've had so many rejections then. Then eventually may isa nag-reach out and you wanna be, you wanna come, be part of our company. Yun nga, madalas namin sinasabi yan pagka sa mga nagka-career shift. Huwag kayong matakot. Ano ngayon kung ma-reject kayo, di ba? Ano mo mawawala? Unless of course, parang ganun, parang dito nag-resign ka tapos tulad ng ginawa ni JC, nauubusan ka na ng pera. Medyo may pressure talaga. But kunwari, tulad ng ginawa ko naman, talagang hindi ka naman nag-resign, tapos constantly ka lang nag-aaral, constantly ka lang nag-a-apply. Pagka nireject ka, andiyan pa rin naman yung trabaho mo. Or in the case of JC, pwede naman siya bumalik sa dati niyang industry if ever talagang hindi mag-work out. So, yun nga, take that risk kung ano, kasi yung pagka nakuha mo yung ano na yun, yung gusto mo, ang laki ng reward eh. So, malaki yung risk, but sobrang laki rin ng reward, at saka yung fulfillment. And yun nga, lagi lang may fallback siguro.
Right. Thank you, JC and Remya. As humans, parang we should really experience failure din to be able to appreciate success. So that's part of life. So for those who are planning to shift careers, guys, do it now. Take that risk, 'di ba? And for our next question, so where did you find your resources to learn how to code? Maybe we could start with Rem.
Yeah, at first nung nagsisimula ako na seryosohin siya, bumili talaga ako ng mga libro. I was trying to learn iOS development then, so iOS talaga na mga libro yung kinuha ko. And even Java. But yung pinakamalaking naging susi talaga sa pag-shift ko ng career is Free Code Camp. Back then, nagsisimula pa lang din yung Free Code Camp, but it was already very valuable. Yung curriculum niya libre, then talagang nakalatag yung kung ano yung kailangan mong steps to learn how to code. So, doon ako nagsimula. Then syempre hindi naman kumpleto 'yon. Pag may mga kulang, you would have to Google. Napakahalagang skill niyan, paano mag-Google. Then you would have to find other resources to supplement yung kakulangan ng Free Code Camp. So, yun doon ako nagsimula. Free Code Camp, then napunta ako sa Udemy, EDX, Coursera, then nag-branch out na yan kasi ano yan supplementary learnings lahat yan Parang iipunin mo lahat nung concepts from each resource para maintindihan mo na maigi. So, doon ako nagsimula.
Thank you. Rem, how about JC?
Yeah, ang una kong hinanap that time is time. Yun ang una kong resources So, nung nag-aral ako ng programming, nasa Vietnam ako noon and working as a construction engineer. So, ang pasok namin doon is from 7 a.m. up to 6 p.m. Tapos babiyahe ka papuntang barracks. So, may additional, like 1 hour plus dinner. So, yung una ko talagang hinanap nun is time. Saan mabahan natin yung time. So, talagang piniga ako. Tinanggal ko yung gaming that time. Binawasan ko ng konti yung chat time. And umaabot ako ng 3 hanggang 4 a.m. ganyan. So, nakuha ko na yung time. Yung sa resources, hindi siya madali. Totoo lang, ang dami dyan. Kasi ang problema, hindi mo alam kung ano yung mag-click sa'yo Asan yung parang daloy na lang sana So, ang dami ko rin sinubukan na languages, no? The first kong na-try is Java. Nag-download yata ako ng 1,000 pages na libro noon, no? So, nabasa ko yon, natapos ko, natyaga natin. Then, natatry ko din naman yung sample. But again, nung itatry ko na i-code, nag-ahang na yung daliri ko talaga. Ang lulutong ng daliri ko, hindi ko mai-type, no? Hindi ko alam gagawin ko. Then, tinignan ko next yung Android development. Sabi doon, kahit daw hindi mo ganong alam yung Java, okay lang daw, no? So, ang ganda ng promise niya. So, inaral ko yung Android. Meron sa YouTube na si Baki Roberts yata yun. Then, nagtuturo siya. Then, ganun din, yung documentations, no? Then, nung gagawa na ako ng app, hirap din. Hindi ko rin talaga ma-type. Ang hirap, hindi ako makagawa. Then, the next is C#. The promise is ganito, kamukha daw siya ng Java, no? So, pero mas malinis daw, ganyan. Hindi raw ganun kahirap. So, kasi mas kompleto raw yung environment ng Microsoft. Nandiyan na. Download mo ng .NET and everything. Same experience. Ang tayo ko nabasa. 3 months ako nag-aral ng C#. Hindi rin wala din talaga akong kinain ng ganun. Then, ang next ko, natatandaan ko noon is nag-quit ako. In-install ko na uli yung mga games ko noon naglaro-laro na uli ako noon. So, and then then dumating tong time na to na naglalaro ako, namatay ako sa Dota habang naglalaro ako, nag-altab ako, no? For some reason, sinearch ko na naman na how to learn web development. Okay, so then second result yung Free Code Camp. I mean, the first result, I think that's W3 schools. No? Sabi ko, parang gusto ko yung Free Code Camp. Sinearch ko, then, nung nakita ko yung Free Code Camp, may instruction, tapos may terminal sa kanan, then nakikita ko agad, ang bilis ko na nagra-run. So, nag-click na sa akin yung Free Code Camp. Then, from Free Code Camp, tinuturuan kanya na hindi lang kami yung resource, meron pang iba, pwede itong MDN, Mozilla Developer Network. Then, ayun. So, then from there, natuto na ako mag-search. So, ganun pala, no? Then, nagkaroon ako ng mga libro na nag-click din sa akin. So, ayun nga. Yun na, Free Code Camp, then MDN, then Eloquent JavaScript. Libre yan Alam ko, libre yun. And napakaganda ng book, no? Ang dahil ko natutunan doon. The next is, you don't know JavaScript. Medyo yung kanyang title is medyo agresibo, but ang dami niyong matututunan. And again, it's free, no? Napakabait ng author, no? Isa sa mga dahilan ba't tayo nagtuturo ng free dahil, paying it forward, yung mga open source people na gumawa ng learning materials, mataas ang tingin ko talaga sa kanila. Then meron merong YouTube channel na pangalan niya Fun Function. Nag-stop na siya ngayon. Malungkot, pero yeah, ang dami niya mga lessons na nag-click sa akin. So ayun, no? Pre-code camp, MDN, Eloquent JavaScript na book. You don't know JavaScript na book. Fun Function, and yeah, lastly Udemy, Stephen Grider. Yep. So yun yung mga nag-click sa akin na resource. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So very common na books, Free Code Camp, and actually almost everything is now on the internet. Parang you just have to, search. Parang available na talaga yung mga resources. Di na mahihirapan yung mga career shifters natin right now. Sige. So before we proceed with our next question, maybe we could, this is not a question, but more like of a comment, or siguro, what can you say about this one? Okay, oops. About IT grads being more prioritized in companies. So, siguro with your own experience, were you able to experience ba this one na hindi kayo yung nakuha, tapos nalaman nyo na lang na yung nakuha pala is an IT grad or an original IT professional, parang ganun. Maybe this time we could start with Rem.
Yeah. Sa akin, pagka nare-reject ako, di ko naman tinatanong kung sino yung nakuha na. So, I don't really know kung nagiging batayan nila yan. But the fact na in-interview nila ako, it means na open sila sa mga career shifters. So, maybe, from what I hear, marami pa rin talagang companies, lalo na sa Philippines, na hindi pa open sa career shifters. So, that's what isa rin sa mga namin sa advocacy namin yan na baguhin yan. Na yeah, although okay na may degree, it has value, but you're missing out on a lot of talent by doing that. So lagi ko lang sinasabi sa iba, kung nahihirapan kayo sa Pilipinas, saan kayo sa abroad? Marami rin naman yan, mas open sila sa mga career shifters. And even, Stack Trek, I think, you have this event. No? Ano na yan it will start na. Pag nagkakaroon na ng mga gantong event, no, yung awareness about this career shifting tawag dito, journey ng mga tao, it's going to be lalaganap na sa mga employers yan, dahan-dahan. Lalo na ngayon, medyo nagbo-boom na naman yung demand. So yeah, it's going to change eventually.
All right, thank you, Rem. How about JC? Maybe any thoughts about this one?
Yeah. Siguro wala naman tanong mag-share ako ng konting story ko about paano ako na-hire. No, okay lang ba? Baka makapag-spread ng konting hope about it. So, yeah, yung first regular job ko, sa to lang hindi niya tinanong kung ano natapos ko. Nung ini-interview niya ako, hindi ko alam kung ano yung course niya. The thing is dito. So, that was 2017, and mag-end na ako ng contract dun sa hindi na ako nagpa-extend sa Vietnam, no? So, yun na, sasabak na ako, mag-apply na ako sa Pilipinas. Nag-aral na kasi ako, tapos nagkaroon ako ng 3 months na part-time from Upwork, no? Yeah, nagkaroon ako ng 3 months. Tapos na rin yung 3 months ko na part-time sa Upwork, no? Nakapagpundar ako na isang MacBook na pipitsugin nun . Anyway, yeah. So 1 week before ako ma-mobilize na ulit sa Pilipinas, demobilize na, pabalik na ng Pilipinas. Yeah. Sipag ko magsasagot sa mga Facebook, no? Kasi wala na akong ginagawa. Yung pag may nagkatanong, paano ba mag-migrate from React Router 4 to React Router 2, papuntang React Router 4, version 4, ganyan. Nasagot-sagot ko. Then, merong nag-message kung free ba ako sa Facebook for a call, no? Sabi sa akin, for a call, ganyan. Sabi ko, Yes sir, free po for a call, no? So kami, tawagan kami. Nakita niya pala ako sa Facebook. Hindi ko alam siya pala hindi ko na lang sabihin yung pangalan, but yeah, I think I can disclose naman the company. Siya ay Vice President ng IT Omnichannel sa SM Retail. Yung office na malapit sa MOA. Sa MOA talaga. Tapat ng I-Arena. Yun. So, yeah, sabi niya sa akin, pwede ka ba interviewin? Ganito, ganyan. No? Sabi ko, sir, okay lang on the phone po. Oo, kasi sir, nasa Vietnam pa ako next week pa ako uwi ng Pilipinas, sabi niya. Oh, yeah, it's okay lang, sabi niya. So, tinanong niya ako about React, tinanong niya ako about JavaScript, tinanong siya technical questions. Hindi ko lahat nasagot. Tinanong niya kung sanay ba ako mag-React Native, mag-mobile dev, sabi ko hindi po. Okay. Tinanong, sanay ka ba ng Redux? Sanay po ako. Ganyan. Sanay ka ba ng Apollo, GraphQL? Hindi po. Ganyan. Sige, tanong kita ng mga technical, ano gagawin, ganyan. Sabi ko, yeah. Ay, tapos na, no? So, sabi ko ngayon, sir, kamusta po ba yung interview ko? Ayos naman yung technical questions, sagot mo lahat. Actually, gusto nga kita Kaso ganito pala, 3 months lang pala experience mo. sabi ko, opo, 3 months lang. Kasi gusto namin sana senior type of guy. Kasi full stack yung gagawin dito sa SM. Gagawa tayo ng ganito-ganitong app. Ganun po ba? Mga 3 to 5 years man lang. Oo, sabi niya. Sige po, sir. So tawag agad ako sa miss ko. No? Ang saya ko pa tumawag sa miss ko. That's a failure. That's a fail. Diba? But masaya ako tumawag sa miss ko. Bakit? Sabi ko sa miss ko, mami, napansin na ako. Sabi ko. Sa wakas. So, pwede pa lang mapansin kahit nagsasagot-sagot ka lang sa Facebook ng mga comment. Tumutulong ka sa Facebook. Kung mapansin ka pala. And then, nakapasa ako technically. Bumagsak lang ako kasi 3 months na experience ko. Sabi ko, that's a very good thing. That's a very positive thing, actually. That's a failure, but yeah, it's a positive thing. So sabi ko, mami, thank you, salamat. Ngayon, ang saya kong uuwi kasi pag nag-apply ako, may chance ako matanggap. Basta makarating lang ako sa interview stage, pakakayanin Yun lang ang hihilingin ko. Hindi ko hilingin na hira ko. Hilingin ko lang na makarating ako sa interview stage. Makarating lang po ako dito, okay na ako. That's it. So, yeah, the next day, tumawag uli si Vice President ng SM. Sabi niya, bro, ganito, pwede ka namin bigyan ng online exam. May papagawa kaming app sa'yo. Sabi ko, okay, kala ko fail na to. Kala ko hindi na ako tanggap. So, yeah, okay, sige po. Pinagawa nila ako ng simpleng e-commerce na one page lang. Then, dineploy ko sa Heroku, ganyan. Sabi niya, no, it looks good. Sabi niya, ganito, ganyan. Sabi ko ngayon, sir, ganito po. Uwi na po ako sa Pilipinas in 4 days, no? Sir, hindi ko po alam paano nag-a-apply sa Pinas. Kasi simula ng career ko, 7 years ako sa abroad. Hindi ko na alam ano na meron dyan. Pero, it looks like meron tayong pag-uusap. So, irerespeto ko po ito na hindi muna ako mag-a-apply. Hintayin ko yung tawag niyo, sabi sa kanya. Sabi niya, no. Pag dating mo ng Pilipinas, bibigyan ka namin ng job offer. Wow! Bibigyan daw ako ng job offer. So, with 3 months experience, hindi tinatanong ko anong background ko sa pag-aaral. Tinanong ko anong course ko. Bibigyan daw ako ng job offer. So, sa totoo lang, paglapag ng aeroplano, tinanggal ko sa airplane mode yung phone ko. Tinawagan nga ako ng HR nila, binigyan ako ng job offer. So, yeah. And, from there, yeah, the rest is history. So, yeah, guys, totoo lang dito about, may pag-asa. Meron, I think, 2017 yun So, ilan na? 5 years na. So, in those 5 years, tingin ko marami na rin katulad ng mabait na VP of IT ng SM na talagang tinitingnan nila skills, tinitingnan nila kung ano yung kaya mong i-contribute. Yeah, they might look on your credentials later. Later na malalaman ilang experience mo, ano pinag-aralan mo. Yeah, sino mga classmate mo, mga ganyan. Later na nila malalaman yun. But the thing is, may mga tao, maraming sila naniniwala ako. Natitingin talaga muna sila sa skills. So, continue honing your skills. And yeah, lagay lang ng lagay, stock lang ng stock, no? Para may uhugutin, di ba? Stock knowledge nga, di ba? Pag wala ka in-stock, wala ka mahuhugot, ano? So, ganun, no? Yeah, karga lang ng karga and at some point, no? Darating yan. Yeah, surely. Yep. Sorry, ang haba na sagot ko.
Hey, thank you guys. So, pero that's a very inspiring story, especially for our career shifters. And for career shifters na parang ganito yung mindset na siguro one of the things na parang naghihinder sa kanila to do a career shift, it's because of this one na ipa-prioritize yung mga IT guards. So there you have it, everyone, no? Especially right now that there are still companies na it matters to them if whether you're an IT grad or not. But siguro right now most of the companies are di na parang mas tinitingnan na talaga nila yung skill set regardless if ano yung degree mo and the level of parang how up to what extent you'd like to continue learning, no? Great. That's a very inspiring. So there you have it, guys. Go na. Shift na ng career. Okay, so let's proceed to our next question. So what were the mistakes you committed in your journey that others can avoid? Let's start with Rem.
Mistakes. Siguro sa akin, yung natatakot, pinangungunahan ng takot, isa sa mga malaki talaga na yung parang ayaw mo mag-apply kasi baka ma-reject ka. Parang, yun nga, sabi nga namin na, gini-gatekeep mo yung sarili mo eh. Di ba? Parang, di pa man, di ka na, kumbaga sa basketball, di ba? Ayaw mong tumira kasi baka magmintis ka. Marami akong pinalampas na gano'n kasi nga baka nakikita mo ang haba-haba ng mga hinihinging mga requirements eh. Wala ako nito, wala ako niyan. So di na lang mag-a-apply. But in reality, pag nag-apply ka, means kakausapin ka talaga nila eh. Kasi malay mo, di ba? Malay mo parang mananakot lang sila or yung gumawa nag-copy-paste lang. Di naman sa ko sa mga HR. But it's the reality eh. Yung iba ganun eh. May napasukan ang ganun actually. So, let them do the selection. Mag-submit lang ng submit ka lang ng damihan mo yung mga sinasubmitan mo kasi more chances of winning yan eh pag marami yung applications mo eh. So, isa lang naman ang kailangan mo na yes, 'di ba? Di mo lang kailangan ma-yes lahat 'yon. Kahit isa lang magbigay ng chance sa'yo. Okay na 'yon, nakapasok ka na. So, yun, isa sa mga malaking mistakes ko. Siguro, another mistake sa journey ko is, I didn't do this sooner. Had I known that possible siya, I could have done it way sooner. So, it's never too late to shift careers, but maganda sana kung gusto mo talaga siya. If you could do it earlier, mas maganda. Siyempre, para mas ma-enjoy mo siya mas maaga eh. Hindi later in your life. At less risk pa pag mas bata ka. So, yun na siguro sa akin sa journey ko, ganun yung mga medyo pinangawaan ko na medyo regrets, but not really kasi natuto rin tayo doon eh in one way or another eh. And na nai-impart ko rin yung mga ganun sa ibang tao tulad ngayon. So yeah, siguro yung mga major mistakes ko during my own experience.
Thank you, Rem. How about JC?
Yeah, same kay Rem, yung sana ko napaaga ng konti. 30 na ako nagsimula eh. So 30 ako nagsimula mag-aral eh. So 30 years old, no? So iniisip ko ngayon yung mga time na palaro-laro ako sa abroad, no? Sana tinuloy-tuloy ko na noon, no? Nag-aaral, natitingin-tingin na ako noon eh kasi nga gusto ko mag-code noon. Kaso yeah, mas nanalo yung mga bagay na mas masaya that time, no? So ayun, no? That's one. Another yung masyado ako nagtagal bilang soloista eh. No? Hindi ako sumasali sa mga ganito, sinasolo ko eh. Yung pala, mas mabilis pala yung learning kapag sumali ka sa mga group, nagsalita ka, nakipag-usap ka, ganyan, sinare mo yung tanong mo, no? So, ang ganda pala nun eh, no? Nung una, parang gusto mo lagi, i-message lang, i-PM mo lang sa isa yung tanong mo, no? Maganda pala maganda pala mas maraming makakarinig ng tanong and yeah, may chance baka mas marami pang mabiyayaan ng sagot, di ba? So ayun, no? Yung pagiging soloista yung medyo papalitan ko yung sana. Pwede ko sana palitan yung diskarte ko that time na sana na nag-aaral ako, sumali agad ako sa mga group, nakipag-usap agad ako. Gagawin ko yun kung ibabalik ko yun. Pero yeah, that's okay. Tumagal yung learning ko. Mas marami akong naging failure. Pero siguro kung maaga ko nakilala sila Rem, yung mga kapwa ko learners, no? Baka lalong tumagal. Biro lang. Maaaring mas mabilis and mas ma-enjoy mo pa, no? Kasi may kasama ka. Iba talaga pag may kasama. The best yan. One of the best. So, yun. Dalawa. Sooner sana. Pwede ako nakapag-start sana ako makapag-aral mas maaga. Then, the next is yung mali ko na solohin ng mga bagay-bagay, no? So, sana na maaga ako nakasali sa mga ganito, no? Marami sana tayo. Yung Facebook group, later ko na natuklasan din. And yung Twitter, di ba? Yung mga ganyan, yung tumingin ka, makipag-usap ka. No? Medyo sinarado ko yung sarili ko sa akin lang, sa tutorial, saka sa books. No? So, maganda pala sana kung medyo inopen ko ng konti para mas napabilis sana. Marami pa akong input na nakuha. Yun sa akin.
Right, thank you. So there guys, yun yung mga mistakes na need nyo i-avoid, no? So but then nevertheless, these mistakes then kasi lead to where we are right now, no? So somehow very helpful din magkamali minsan. Okay. For our next question, maybe we could start with JC for this one. So if you could identify 3 major things that greatly help you in shifting careers, and what are they?
First is family. Number 1, my wife, no? So natulungan talaga niya ako sa pag-inspire sa akin kapag yung maayaw na naman ako. Kasi nangyari noon, nag-loan kami, naghulugan kami ng MacBook Air. No? Sabi, sige, ito para hindi ka na mag-game, no? Ibalik mo rito yung Windows laptop mo and ito yung MacBook Air mo, no? Sabi niya. Then habang nag-aaral ako, umaayaw ako, nagpo-quit ako, sinasabi ko sa kanya, quit na ako, napakahirap. Hindi ko na talaga, wala na ako doon sa point na wala na yung competitive nature ko, no? So tapos na ako doon. Sabi niya, sige, pang Skype na lang natin yung MacBook Air. Sabi niya. So, siya yung number 1 na greatly na nakatulong sa akin noon, na nag-motivate sa akin na ituloy ko pa rin. Then, pangalawa is the open source, no? Napakababait ng mga tao na yon, no? Na gumawa ng mga content na nandyan libre. I mean, you just need to bigay mo lang yung time mo, no? Para aralin sila. Like free code camp, yun nga yung mga open source na books, 'di ba? Open source na mga language libraries, frameworks, open source. So that's number 2. And number 3, yan. Dito ako medyo nahihirapan. Wala pa ako maisip. So ang masasabi ko sa number 3 is community, no? Nag-iisip ako ng tao, ganyan, pero ayoko na mag-pinpoint. ang next talaga is community. Sila na lahat, no? So yeah, first family, second is open source, third is community. Sila talaga yung nakatulong para makapag-shoot ako ng career.
Thank you, JC. How about you, Rem?
Yeah. Sa akin, halos pareho rin. Mainly talaga community. Marami ako naririnig na marami natatakot magpunta ng mga meetup, mag-join ng mga community, maki-engage sa community. But napakalaking value ng community. Not only by asking questions, but also by answering questions tulad ng ginawa ni JC. Kasi doon kayo mapapansin. Ito, medyo, siguro sikreto lang natin. Ako mismo, because I also organize communities, I'm always on the lookout for talent. Nakikita ko yung mga medyo yung mga maiingay talaga sa communities or medyo vibrant, active, sabihin natin active sa community. And I try to gauge kung okay na ba tong taon to hire. Sometimes I refer them to other companies, sometimes I hire them directly. But it's a way parang siya it's a way na for members of that community to to achieve the same goal kasi pare-pareho tayo ng goal. Then sa akin currently even though nakapag-shift na ako, community is helping me right now to to grow my brand. Na if ever na kailangan ko ulit ng trabaho, I know na meron akong community na pwedeng tumulong sa akin. Parang ganun. So secondly na siguro yung pinaka-major is Free Code Camp. Kasi siya talaga yung naging meet siya na nagsimula na lahat sa akin. And actually, at the core of Free Code Camp is building communities. So, when Free Code Camp, when I discovered Free Code Camp, I also discovered Free Code Camp Manila. And doon talaga nagsimula yung pagiging engaged ko within that community and trying to build connections with self-learners na on the same journey that I was in. So, yung dalawa. And yung pangatlo siguro, my why. Siguro, I figured out bakit ko to gustong gawin. Kasi pagka sinabi mo na na gusto mo mag-aaral ka ng coding, tapos wala kang dahilan kung bakit mo siya ginagawa, mahirap siyang i-sustain. So, kasi mangyayari yan nakakatamad naman kasi talaga mag-aral. Kahit ano pa yan, kahit na gustong-gusto mo yung inaaral mo, may mga times talaga na tatamarin ka But if you always go back to bakit mo to ginagawa, yun yung yun yung magiging motivation mo to push you. Mga times na, sige, mapapahinga muna ako ngayon, kinabukasan, babalik ako. So, I had to do that kasi I had to make sacrifices. I had a day job. So, kung mag-aaral ako sa gabi lang and weekend. So, I had to sacrifice my social life, my love life, na talagang kung hindi mo alam kung ba't mo siya ginagawa, hindi mo magagawa. Mag-sakripisyo yung mga bagay na yun. So, yeah, yung tatlong yun. Community, Free Code Camp, and siguro having a very, very strong why. Kung bakit mo siya ginagawa.
There, thank you so much. As much as we want to answer all of your questions, guys, but our time is limited, although may community naman. No? We have the Tech Career Shifters wherein you could reach out to our speakers na din. And for our final question is, or not really a question, but siguro tips or advice that you can give to our career shifters that are about to enter the IT industry, especially right now in our participants, ang dami nila. All from different industry also. So, tips and advice. Maybe we could start with JC.
Yeah. May harap yung tips no? Medyo malawak yung IT, no? So, kung medyo medyo i-focus ko ng bahagya sa programming, no? sa mga nag-aaral or gustong pumasok, no, papasok pa lang sa programming, software development, no. Yeah, mahirap. Mahirap, guys. Yeah, totoo 'yon. Totoo na nakaka-frustrate sa hiring, sa mismo sa yung technical part, no, mahirap talaga. So, yeah, paano natin ipe-prepare yung sarili natin sa gano'n, no? Sa totoo lang, wala talagang preparation, no? Talaga sasapa ka lang and ang hirap sabihin kung ano exactly yung pwede mong i-prepare, ano yung exactly mong gagawin. But the thing is ito, sa software development, sa programming, bago natin hanapin yung sagot sa tanong na how, kung paano gawin, sagutin natin yung tanong na what, okay? Ano ba yan? And then why? Bakit ba yan yung gusto natin gawin? Bakit ito yung napili natin? Bakit natin napili yung web development? Bakit natin napili yung JavaScript? Bakit ganito nangyayari, no? So, nasagot natin yung mga bagay na let's go with the how. Paano? Okay, paano implement yung function? Paano gamitin to? Paano to makakapunta doon sa tama, no? So walang error sa part na gumagana na. So yeah, answer the what and the why, then go with your how. So, paano gawin. Then ano pa? The next is ito pwedeng maraming mag-disagree sa akin. But the thing is, hindi ako nakaka-focus. Meron ako talaga akong problema sa focus, no? So I mean, yung model ng focus, yung meaning niya, no? Nahihirapan akong i-apply sa akin yan. So, what worked for me is sacrifice, no? Nilagay ko na sa isip ko na hindi ako makaka-focus. So, ang gagawin ko na lang is mag-sacrifice ako. Ano yung mga sacrifice ko? Let's say, for example, gusto ko mag-aral. So, pag sinabi ko sa isip ko na, okay, mag-focus ako ngayon sa book na to, mag-focus ako sa lesson na to, thing is, nawawala ako. So, hindi na ako magiging focus, no? So, ang gagawin ko ngayon is, ang mentality ko, okay, isa-sacrifice ko yung time na to, na maglalaro ako, or may gagawin akong iba, para makapag-aral ako. Okay? So, ganun nagiging model ko. Every time makakaisip ako ng bagay na makakagulo sa pag-aaral ko, iniisip ko na i-sacrifice yung time na yon. Then, lilipat ako sa pag-aaral, sa studies, no? So, yeah, ganun. Hindi nag-work ang focus. Naghanap ako, nag-isip ako ng ibang mentality or mental model na mag-work sa akin. So, that's sacrifice. No? So, yun guys. If there's anything na hindi nag-work, pwede kayo maghanap ng alternative. Hindi naman, yung maganda, hindi naman, parang wala namang batas, ano? So, lahat ng mga hindi nagpo-focus, no, parurusahan kayo, no, may multa. Hindi naman ganun eh. So, if there's something na makikita tayo na mag-work sa atin, yeah, go for that. No? Yun ang pwede kong i-advise about it. And lastly, yes, community. Parang medyo na-idein namin to ni Rem, no? Yeah, embrace the community, no? Makipag-usap tayo, or I mean, kung nahihirapan tayo magsalita na, mag-join tayo, tapos magbasa-basa, ganyan, learn from it. No? Learn from the community. So, ganun ang ano. So, yun. So, first, if you can answer the question, what and why first, then do the how. The next is, yeah, if something is not working, mental model or mentality, try something else, no? Pwede tayo mag-try. Let's say, yun nga, hindi ako nakaka-focus, so I try sacrifice. Then, pangatlo is community. Yeah, embrace the community, guys. Ang daming information, ang dami nilang sinishare na magagandang tutorials, ang dami nilang sinishare na magagandang resources. And nakakatulong sila, nakakapag-advise sila, hindi lang sa technical part, o pwedeng sa mga problema, mga like issue, like yung mga saan pwede mag-apply, ganyan, no? Anong klaseng mga interview question yung tinatanong. Yeah, ang dami, no? So, ang dami may tutulong ng community. Yun lang. Yun yung tatlo natin tips, guys.
Thank you, JC. How about Rem? Any tips and advice for our career shifters who are about to enter the IT industry?
Yeah, kaming dalawa ni JC, we get it. Nanggaling kami diyan sa ano niya, sa position niya. And we know na ano 'yan, sobrang overwhelming. Ang daming choices, ang laki-laki ng IT, saan ba ako magsisimula? The thing is, just get started. Pick kung hindi kayo talaga makapili kung ano yung gusto niyo na track, just pick one, then get started. Then do'n niyo malalaman kung ano yung gusto niyo talaga, pagka andun na, eh. Kunwari, nag-web dev kayo tapos feeling niyo, "Ay, hindi pala 'to sa akin." Tapos during that, that process, parang may makikita kang ibang tracks na puwede mong subukan. So, you know, don't waste time, trying to overthink things, yung choice niyo. Kasi wala namang silver bullet dito, yung surefire way na maha-hire ka ng company. Walang iba-iba yung track, eh, iba-iba yung mga journey natin, eh, walang magkakapareho. Hindi bihira 'yon, sobrang bihira, if not impossible. So, magkakaiba yung magiging track natin, you just have to put yourself in a position na maraming chances. Put yourself in na marami kang chances to get hired. So, kung mag-a-apply ka, hindi lang basta pagpasa ng resume, baka pwedeng buo ka rin ng blog, baka may mapansin ng blog mo, or nag-tweet ka nung journey mo, baka may makapansin doon, or yung ginawa ni JC, tumutulong ka sa Facebook groups. So, iba-ibahin mo yung yung approach mo. Wag lang isang way. Yeah, just get started. Kung natatakot kayo, kasama yan takot na yan. Kung hindi kayo natatakot, parang pag-isipan nyo kasi baka hindi mo talaga gusto yan kung hindi ka natatakot, di ba? Napakalaking napakalaking indicator nun pagka gusto mo isang bagay, pagka natatakot ka mag-fail about it, eh. So, yeah, siguro para yun lang siguro mai-impart ko. And yun nga, and communities. Lagi namin ina-emphasize. Just join communities para di ka nag-iisa. Marami kayong kasama na nagpapalitan kayo ng kuro-kuro. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rem and JC. And since you've mentioned community, so ano ba yung mga communities wherein we have here people na parang aware naman sila of the existing community that we have. But for these people na hindi pa aware kung ano yung mga
Nalaglag yata.
Maputol.
So, naputol. Sige, sagutin ko na lang siguro, we are part of Tech Career Shifter Philippines. Kaming dalawa ni JC.
Kuya Dev.
And also yung parang sister na actually pinagmulan ng group na yon is Free Code Camp Manila. Free Code Camp Manila kasi is focused on helping people learn how to code. Then Tech Career Shifter Philippines was born out of our desire to help people get into tech faster than we did. Kasi ako, personally, it took me 3 years. So, we are trying to help people na mapaikli yun. If we could, kung kaya ng 1 month, bakit hindi, di ba? Pero realistically, siguro nag-average mga 6 months to 1 year. Kayang solid na yun, solid na talon na yun. But yeah, you can join us in Tech Career Shifter Philippines and even Free Code Camp Manila. And even React.js Philippines, if you're into React.js and front-end, we also manage that. Tapos, plug ko na rin siguro. I have a Facebook page and a podcast, Kuya Dev. On Facebook, Kuya Dev. And on Spotify, siguro hanapin nyo lang. On YouTube, Kuya Dev Tidbits. I also share mga insights helping people not only to jump into the tech industry but also to create a fruitful and fulfilling career sa tech. So yeah. Si JC baka may
magdagdag. So yeah, shameless plug. So nabanggit kanina na I'm one of the co-founder ng Code and Clark IT Solutions. So we have a company na tumatanggap ng contract but hindi yun yung commuting nga sabihin ko. So still tinutuloy natin yung pagtuturo ng mga collaborations online na collaborate about MongoDB, Node.js, JavaScript, So, meron kami pa rin community, pero hindi siya gano'n sa Facebook. Ang ginagawa ko, nag-share ako sa Tech Career Shifter, sa Free Code Camp, sa Kuya Deb, no? Kuya Deb, hindi. Sa mga pages, no? Sa mga groups, no? Pag meron kaming collaborations. Okay? So, yeah, yun po pwede yun as community. Meron kaming Discord channel. No? So, the good thing is, actually, sa ngayon hindi siya ganong nag-scale kasi nga, nagiging busy ako and then, wala ka pa kami exactly pambayad sa mga magkasaling instructors, no? Pero guys, magkakaroon kami, may chance kami, no, na ma-accredit ng TESDA. And may ganun pala, no? Willing ang TESDA na mag-budget, no? So, pwede makakuha ng mga scholars, maturuan. The good thing is this, we know naman, TESDA, syempre, hindi naman siya yung solid, di ba? So the good thing is this, yung tinuturo natin na production level na web development, software development, combined with the government scholarship ng TESDA, ang ganda, naniniwala ako magandang kalalabasan ng guys. So, hintay, siyempre, nagpasa pa lang kami ng application. Hopefully, ma-approve siya ng TESDA, ma-accredit kami. Then, mag-a-apply din kami para 100% remote. For now, on-site lang muna, mga taga-Tarlac, kung matatanggap. Then later naman, yung 100% remote. Then from there, I really believe na mag-scale to. No? Na meron na kaming pampasweldo sa mga magtuturo, but still, free pa rin. Free pa rin, no? Yun yung gusto ko i-maintain, na hindi magkaroon ng bayad yung learning. No? Ang bayad mo lang talaga yung time mo. No? So, ayun. Yun nga, career shifters, and then isa pa sa naisip namin din matulungan yung mga bagong graduate, no? Like ng mga IT or engineering na gusto mag-IT. Sometimes yung bridge ng pag-graduate pa lang saka yung po pwede na ma-hire. May patlang tawag diyan. May gap, ano? So, yeah, we are targeting to bridge that gap na through Colden Clark Training Center and then partnering with TESDA. So, yun. Ganon, no? Meron kaming collaborations, but yeah, we will still run the collaborations. Magkakaroon pa rin kami. Madalas ako yung nagtuturo, and yep, mag-a-announce na lang ako madalas sa Free Code Camp Manila or sa Tech Career Shifter. So, ayun guys. Salamat.
Thank you so much, Rem and JC, for that very inspiring and insightful discussion with you guys. And hopefully this will not be our last event together, especially na, we have a lot of career shifters who really needs the help of people like you. And with that, again, thank you so much, Rem and JC. And that concludes our Career Shifters Success Stories. Thank you so much once again, Rem and JC. And to all our viewers and participants here, hang in there. We'll just have a quick break before we proceed with our next panel discussion.
Bye, guys. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Isai.
Thank you, Isai.
And we are back. And to proceed with the next part of our program, let's hear it from another panel discussion about recruiter tips for new IT job applicants. So for those, if we have students here, graduating students or even career shifters who are about to enter the IT industry, hopefully this discussion would be very helpful for you guys. And I proceed with introducing to you our panelists. Our first panelist is a talent acquisition lead at GCash. She oversees end-to-end recruitment needs for technical roles and requirements in the organization. She has 18 years of experience in recruitment in various multinational companies, shared service centers, and now with the first and only tech unicorn in the country. She graduated from De La Salle University Dasmariñas with a bachelor's degree in technology. Let's all welcome our first panelist, Ms. Rish Sidano. Our second panelist is a recruitment lead at Recruit Day. She has 8 years of experience with talent acquisition, specializing in technology across various industries such as healthcare, insurance, business process outsourcing, shared services, and consulting. She recently completed her master's degree in industrial relations at the School of Labor and Industrial Relations at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She was a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Sociology from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Everyone, let's all welcome our second panelist, Ms. Carla Arias. Our third panelist is a talent acquisition manager at Coding Chiefs. She's a licensed professional teacher turned talent acquisition pro with over 10 years of experience in identifying and hiring top talents. A proud manager of 6 amazing tech recruitment professionals, an out of the box recruitment technique practitioner. She's also passionate about building Legos, watching true crime documentaries, and studying. Our third panelist, let us all welcome Ms. Jessa Mariel de la Peña. Okay. Hello. Hi, Carla. Hi, Jessa. Good afternoon.
Hello, Isai. Good
Hi. Good
afternoon.
afternoon. I think we lost Rish for a while, but I believe she'll be joining us in a bit. So thank you so much for your time this afternoon. And maybe we could start our panel discussion by maybe you could share a brief background of your role related to the recruitment of IT candidates. Maybe we could start first with Carla.
All right. So, thank you so much, Isai. So, right now, I am in charge of supporting our amazing technical recruiters in Recruit Day and ensuring that we deliver top talent to our clients from different facets of IT. So, right now, we are serving more than 20 clients already, no, in the local IT scene. So my job right now is to drive our recruiters to be able to, find creative ways in locking in talents, especially in the IT space. So this is not exclusive to, the already practitioners, IT practitioners, but also, of course, those who are aiming to get their foot in the door of the IT industry. So that means your entry level candidates and even your career shifters.
Thank you, Carla. Can we also hear from you, Jessa?
Well, from day to day, basically,
I work with a team of six other technical recruiters. We work on requisitions from mostly Dutch clients, and most of our positions are dev positions. So we do end-to-end recruitment for them. So we facilitate client interviews and assessments for them as well. So whatever our clients need, for as long as it's a feasible project for us, we take it. And yeah, we also personally also support in the like development of plans for the learning and development of the developers we already have on board. So there. And for the most part, it's more on overseeing the process, making sure things are improving from day to day, making sure that like our devs are happy, our recruiters are happy, everybody's happy. So there.
Thank you, Jessa. And let's hear it from Rish. Quick background of your role related to the recruitment of IT candidates.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. So I'm Irish. I'm handling the technical recruitment for GCash. So basically, we're handling the recruitment for Java developers, solution architect, and then also for data engineers and data scientists. So basically, I'm the one focused for the technical roles for GCash. So I've been in the company for a year already. So we're getting more people to be part of our growing company.
All right. Sige. Thank you so much for that quick introduction about yourself. And now we proceed with our first. But before that, for our participants and viewers this afternoon, feel free to type in your questions. If you have any questions about for our recruiters, feel free to type them in the comment section, and we'll be glad to cater to them and answer to your questions while doing the panel discussion. All right. So maybe we could proceed with our first topic or question. So being in the industry for years now, what are the trends you see that would impact the career opportunities of new IT job applicants? No, whether it may be a fresh graduate or a career shifter today. Maybe we could start first with Jessa.
One of the trends that I've noticed the past couple of years that I've been solely focused on tech recruitment is that clients or clients, employers are now looking into the whole person more than just the skill set. So um, it of course it's ideal that you have the skills that they require, but they also look into the character that you bring to the table. They We would have clients that will always tell us that um, skills can be taught, but your personality, the character, is something that you already bring to the table, and it's something that like is a product of your decisions, your life experiences, and it's something that is uniquely yours. So like if anything, I think it's also important to take care of, like your well-being more than aside from the skills. So like a more holistic development, if that matters, if that makes sense, rather. So there.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessa. Let's hear it from Rish.
Yes, Isai. With the trends now, what I can say is I have three top trends that we observe. So first, the technology. So a majority of the companies are slowly moving to cloud technology. So they're into big data as well, wherein they develop robots and software, wherein the what humans can do are being replaced by these robots and software. And then also with the existence of the collaborative platforms, wherein we connect people and information together anywhere, anytime, and in any device. So like here in GCash, so majority of our hiring, we give opportunity for fresh grads and career shifters, for data scientists, data engineers, Java developers. So we give them the opportunity to further enhance their skills. And then second, mobility. So people can work anywhere. So as long as there's internet connection, they can work. And then third is the globalization, wherein the language and physical location is started to matter less and less. For IT professionals, they can get work remotely, so they can do the work anywhere. And then also for the globalization, there's always the opportunity for the IT developers or IT professionals to enhance their skills. They can also enroll for language. I mean, they can also become a bilingual developers. So it's up to them on how they want to develop their skills, or want to focus on the skills they want to develop further. So yun, technology, mobility, and globalization, yung trends.
Thank you so much, Rish, Carla.
So for me, Isa, what the trends right now that we were able to identify lately in recruiting. So we actually have three. So that's the first one would be game development and blockchain technology. There are a lot of right now the recruitment. Especially in the advent of the pandemic, or the recruitment strategy of different companies has already changed in a very fast-paced type of recruiting, very agile, and as Rish have said earlier, that the location of the candidates and the company and the clients, it doesn't really matter anymore at at this time. So that means the recruitment space has already also adapted to that. So here in Recruit Day, we have the metaverse right now. So we're in the recruitment process, and even we conduct job fairs in the metaverse already, where the whole event is in a way gamified. So there's no need for candidates to actually be in a location physically, but you can still interact with your recruitment professionals, and even your people who has the same interests as you, not just if you are a fresh graduate and you would like to really collaborate with experienced IT professionals, and also get tips from your recruitment professionals in the IT field. You can do so in the metaverse. So that's one. Number two, the upskilling. So as our panelists earlier have mentioned, especially for career shifters, it doesn't really, it all boils down to how much you want to sacrifice to be able to learn a new skill, to upskill your current arsenal of skill set. So we have a lot of resources already available for everyone. You just have to really dive into it, find what really what you're passionate about in IT, and then learn it. So katulad nga ng sabi kanina ni ni Sir Dev, no, na you only have to really sacrifice. Sometimes you have to sacrifice your sleep, sometimes yung love life masa-sacrifice mo, but make sure that that sacrifice is worth it naman, kasi you're doing something for yourself, and learning is always a good investment for yourself. The third would be reskilling. So these are actually for career shifters that you have already built your general and transferable skill set. Kasi sa IT, definitely you have the technical aspect. So those are the things that you would have to relearn, or even if you have to learn it from scratch, there are a lot of resources already, and there are a lot of community socials that you can actually participate in to learn, and put yourself out there, kasi importante na nakikita ng mga professionals as well, and the recruiters, we don't always look at the technical skills lang, katulad nga ng sabi kanina ni Jessa, no, na yung skill set madaling matutunan, madaling ma-acquire yan. But we also look for, ito bang taong to, does he or she really want to be here? Anong kaya niyang ibigay for this person to actually enter the IT field? So we also look at those things, not just the technical side of it. So for me, those are the three trends that are that could impact the opportunities of IT applicants right now.
There. Thank you so much. No, that was a very helpful information, especially for our viewers right now who are planning to really pursue a career in the IT industry. Thank you so much. And for our next question, for this one, maybe we could start with Drish. So, based on your experience, what are the common indicators that a candidate will likely succeed in their application?
Of course, for the IT, basically what we're looking for is for the technical knowledge. So if they're applying for the position, of course, the first thing we check is if they are fit for the role. So we're doing the scanning for the CV, if they have, like, for example, for the Java developers, if they're equipped with Java programming skills. And then the other roles that we have for the solutions architect, so we're doing quick scan as well, and then reviewing their CV if they have the software architecture. And then also, aside from the technical knowledge, we also assess the attitude. So personality is always a factor for us. Wherein we need to check if the candidate will work well with the team. So collaboration, we have to check if they can work well in a team. Willingness to learn, communication, of course, the way they communicate. So we'll know how they will relay like information or tasks to different team members. And then also self-awareness, wherein they know their strength and weakness. And then, of course, knowing their weaknesses, they're also open for learning. So for that, they can collaborate with the team and then gain more experience and knowledge. And then also the culture fit. So we're checking if this candidate will fit the company. For example, here in Gcash, it's a fast-paced environment. So we're checking if this person will fit to our environment and cope up, since we're not the typical traditional company. So fast-paced, every month we're changing, developing. So yon, the basic skills that we're looking for is the attitude and technical knowledge for the candidates.
All right. Thank you, Rish. And let's have Carla next.
All right. So usually we look for, as Rish has said, no, the very first, of course, we look at in the resume, and even as we search for candidates, is the technical skill set. So that doesn't mean, guys, that you need the experience right away. But for those career shifters and freshies, there is still experience that you have gained already. For example, for fresh graduates, you have your capstone projects, the things that you have learned in school, and even in your internship. So if that's not, you have to really uh, indicate that on your resume or in your profile in order for us to find you. So that's one. Okay. Second would be, of course, if you have researched the organization that you're trying to actually infiltrate, because of course it's very important for us to really see how interested you are in joining the organization, because of course the clients, the companies right now, they're not just looking for talent that would just be there for a few projects, but for employees that could actually stand beside them through thick and thin, no matter what the challenges are. And also, of course, the culture fit. A culture fit meaning that you could adjust no matter what is needed to be done. So for us Recruit Day, as I mentioned earlier, we are an agile environment, and so are our clients right now. So we gauge those things, how adaptable a candidate is, because of course, it's not always on the job description. No, there are issues in projects or in clients that you cannot really put in paper. You can really just deal with them as you go along. So a person should really be very flexible in terms of adjusting to change, especially now that everything is always changing. So that's also one indicator. And of course, finally, would be your your resilience, because there, as I've mentioned earlier, that the clients are looking for actually partners, not just employees. No, so of course there are challenges along the way, especially now that we are in the middle of a pandemic, that things would not always go smoothly. So it's not the IT field is not for the faint-hearted, as they say, because from day to day you have different technical problems to have to deal with, and of course you have your stakeholders that you are accountable to report to. So resilience is very important as well, that we look for in a candidate as recruiters.
All right, thank you, Carla. How about Jessa?
Uh, for me, I would, of course, like I think the technical skills are a given, but more than that, I think looking at the CV, there has to be, like signs of growth. For example, if they've been a seasoned developer, signs of growth that they did not stay in just one spot or one job description for, like, let's say 4 years. Signs of growth is always good because that means that they have that drive for for more growth. And for example, if it's, let's say, a career shifter or a junior level developer, a mid-level developer, the drive for more learning is very important. And I think it is something that would often come across when we talk to them during the interviews. So that's something that I always look at: the sincerity of the person, the openness, and how the person, like, describes former employers, how the person describes former superiors, former teammates, like, just there's something about the way a person would talk about people that he or she is working with that is very telling of how a person will do with a new environment. And yeah, like what they said, culture fit is something that we check, uh, but it's something that is a little bit tricky, I would say, because um, like, of course, like, it's a character, it's not something that we see from the get-go. It's something that, like, people take time to be comfortable with, to adapt to a certain situation. So yeah, I think it's more of the drive, like how motivated the person is, how the person is willing to, like, learn and unlearn some things once they're already in that new environment. And I think for one, it's like, whether they will flourish in the environment that we are hoping to provide for the person, what the person is actually looking for. Because I believe that it has to be a mutual growth kind of situation where, it I cannot in my right conscience place a person who is, like, not going to be comfortable in a culture just because we want to close a position, no. So it has to be we have to be able to provide for this kind of character an environment that is suitable for him or her as well. So it has to be a two-way street, let's say that.
All right, thank you. So, I think this was also mentioned, I mean, asked earlier in our panel discussion, no, about yung what are the things that they need to know when applying for a job. So siguro guys, additional na to, apart from the technical skills that you really have to possess kasi it's an IT industry. Now you also have to possess all the things that our recruiters mentioned, no? Your attitude, personality, your resilience, your ability um to fit in the culture, and at the same time you have a sign you want to grow, no, there's a sign of growth. And with that, since we've been discussing how to be successful in the application, maybe we could also discuss on the indicators that I sorry that they are likely to fail in the application. So parang negative, no? But at least they would know what to avoid. So with this one, maybe we could start again with Carla.
All right. So as I've mentioned earlier, we find talent through keywords. So we call that, the Boolean search. Sometimes we do X-ray search, and those are the codes are usually technology based. Okay, so if you don't have, the keywords, we won't be able to find you. So for our if those things are not on your CV, then the first step of finding you in job street, in LinkedIn, we won't even go to the first step. So please, you should indicate whatever technology you have already learned, or you have already used hands on. Not, even if it's not a formal job, like for example, you've helped out or you volunteered in building a website for a nonprofit, or even for for your church, or for your community, whatever tools that you were able to use on those projects, you can indicate those on your CV. So for the fresh grads naman, if you have your capstone project, and of course you have already learned different programming languages depending on your course, then you should also indicate those things. So if those technology stacks aren't on your resume, then there's no chance for us to find you. Okay. The second thing would be, if you didn't do any of your research at all about the organization that you are trying to join in, because of course it indicates if you are interested, or how much interested are you in joining such organization. And of course, the job description, if you don't read the job description, you might be clueless as to what the job actually entails, and what the hiring managers are actually looking to hire. So for me, that's the three uh, indicators.
Thank you, Carla. Next would be Jessa.
Indicators that a person's application would fail. I think a poorly written CV would be one. It can be sometimes frustrating when it's very obvious that the person just Googled everything or copied, like, let's say React.js CV sample and just placed the name. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but your CV is yours. So I feel like personally, this is my own take, but the rawer it is, the more, the more flawed it is in a way, the more real it is for me. So I find that those kinds of CVs are more authentic and more appealing to me as a recruiter, compared to those that are, if I highlight a part of it and reverse search it, I'll find it with a number of other CVs around in job boards, or probably in my pipeline already. So there, like, your CV is our way of seeing who you are as a person. So it's a representative of you, basically. So if it's poorly written, if it's something that you just copied from somebody else, we're basically doing the same thing. He's my workmate, so I might as well just copy his CV because we're doing the same stuff. I mean, it's a turn off, honestly. And another thing is, when during interviews, I've had this experience before where this person applied for a job. It's not like a passive candidate where we had to like reach out to him and make ligaw and ask him to apply. He's an active candidate, and when we set the interview, he sounded very unenthusiastic about it. Like, dude, what's your deal? Like, we did not force you to apply. So at least, like, have that energy. Always, when you're talking to people, always uh, present the best version of yourself. Not like, not a fake version, but the best version of who you are. At least, like, interviews are supposed to help us imagine how it is going to be like once you're already on board. So, like, help us imagine that by, like, showing us your most authentic self, I would say. So even with the CV, I don't mind some flaws in the CV, for as long as it's yours. It is your CV. It like, when I see a CV and when I see the person I'm talking to, whether face to face or on a video interview, I want to, like I want to realize like, oh yeah, it makes sense. It is the same person, like it has to make sense in that way. So yeah. So if a person seems disinterested in writing the CV, why would we waste time, like looking into your background, or like it's make it worth a person's time to like get to know you as a person, get to know you as a professional, because it matters. I mean, it's that's the only way we could, you know, um check if you would be actually interested to push you forward to the next stages. So yeah, I think those would be my top two. The CV, a poorly written CV is a no-no for me, and this interest and just lack of personality in terms of. I mean, I don't mind introverts. Introverts have their own appeal. Like some people would think that when we say personality, they have to be like super upbeat, like, "Hey guys, I'm here," and it's not what we mean. It's just like present who you are. You don't have to pretend like like somebody else. Just be who you are, because there's a certain charm with every kind of personality. So yeah, there.
Thank you for that, Jessa. And lastly, Krish.
Yes, yes. For that one naman, for our top indicators likely to fail for their application, first of course the technical knowledge. So it's given since it's for IT role. So we are really checking on the technical knowledge of the candidates, if they fit for the requirement that we have, given the years of experience, and then also how in depth their knowledge on the language that we're looking for. And then second, of course, is the com skills. Maybe you're wondering why com skills, kasi that's the typical the com skills we're looking at for the CSR. Yeah. But for the com skills naman on the developer side, I mean, of course, IT developers do the coding, but of course they should know how to articulate or explain it on how they did the coding. So that's the a factor in com skills. So how they will explain it to the team, so paano sila nag-derive on that codes or programming. And then also the culture fit. So very common factor then on reason why candidates are failing is because of the culture fit. So on a fast-paced environment, we're really looking for people who will fit into the environment. But of course, there's always these candidates who will not perfectly fit the organization. Just sharing then also a video that my manager shared to us. This is a video by Jonathan Yabut, so the winner for the Apprentice Asia. So sabi niya, managers or the business is really fixated on the culture fit. They're looking for candidates who will fit the environment. But we should also take into consideration the culture add, meaning these are people who think differently to what the people that on the team think. So maybe this different person will be like the asset or the factor or the key factor dun sa team na yon na iba yung thinking niya on how she will or he handle the problem or how handle ng mga technical issues. So yon, we call that one as culture add. So maybe the organization or the business should also consider the culture add or hiring this very unique person for the role. And then, so yun po. So, com skills, culture fit, and technical knowledge.
Thank you so much again, no. So yeah, totally agree with everything what you said, no. It's really more of present yourself properly, no. Especially on the first steps of applying. Parang be more confident about yourself and um be honest. Honesty is still the best policy. Don't be so pretentious kasi in the end, ikaw yung magsasuffer. Pagdating ng interview, you're not the person pala na andun sa CV. So, yep, there you have it, guys. That's very helpful, no? And we have one question here. So we've been discussing now about the IT graduates and career shifters. This one very interesting question from our viewers. So how about K to 12 graduates who want to apply as an or for an IT job? Okay. For this one, maybe we could start with Jessa.
Well, I which IT job, and like like you have to. Earlier, the one of our panelists earlier from the previous discussion said that the IT field is big, so it's a vast options of careers that you can shift, you can move into, but you have to identify which one you want first, and then of course have a few skills that would align you to the job just that you want to apply for example, like of course recruiters cannot hire just based on heart. If we could, we would hire everyone, but the thing is, like, some jobs really need skills that is particular to some fields. And I if you're really keen on applying or getting into the IT field, take some courses, like, if you want to start with development, like, take some courses. We have Skillshare, Coursera, and then build your portfolio from there. Small projects, take advice from some industry experts, or like kuya devs that we have online. You can ask for their advice and build up from there. There's no instant thing where you can, right after graduation, okay, I can apply for anything. I mean, you can, but if you really want a very specific role, you have to at least have a few credits that will qualify you for that role. So maybe a few courses, a few projects, let's say a small app, a simple app that will showcase your um, potential in that field. So whether it's for software development, or maybe for the hardware side of IT, so at least have small experiences that will eventually add up, and yeah, it will make sense, and it might give you points to be eventually be qualified for a particular role, whichever role that may be. I think it's the most generic way I could um, answer that question.
Thank you, Jessa. Next, can we have it from Rish?
Yes, hi. For that one naman for K-12 graduates, so we haven't tried yet here in GCash. But what we can share is currently on the work. So we have like gig hiring. So this is open for people who want to take like part-time jobs. So this is like what if you know Upwork. So basically we'll be uploading like open work, open jobs that they can take. So part-time na siya, like for a week that they can do programming, so ganyan. It's still on the works, but eventually we'll be rolling that out. So maybe we can consider K-12 graduates for that.
There. So that's kind of good news. No, there would be open opportunities for our K
Yes,
to
there's a
12 graduates.
possibility.
Lastly, Carla.
Right. So same with Rish, we haven't really tried, K to 12 graduates yet. But what we have in Recruit Day are series of community socials, which are based on technology stack. So for example, you want to learn, coding. You want to be on the infrastructure side of IT. Then you can go ahead and join our community socials, wherein we invite speakers, industry experts, and practitioners, where you guys can learn, the skills from. Since, as mentioned, and I think this is a common theme today, that if you want to learn, there are resources available for you. All you have to do is just dive in and actually give yourself, time to learn whatever you need to learn, to equip yourself, build your portfolio. It doesn't have to be a formal job. If you can, if you learn a language or a programming language, then, sometimes, volunteering for, if you have friends, like for example, you have online seller friends who want to build their own website, and you would want to actually practice, if what you've learned can be already applied, then you could volunteer in helping, your friends out, or any side projects that you think you could take on, just for the sake of, practical application of whatever it is that you have learned in any courses that you have accessed. As I've mentioned, we have the community socials. It's also very advisable for you guys to mingle with with industry practitioners, because uh, n- there's these people has already gone through the step one of the IT industry. So who better to learn from but from these people, right? So iba din yung experiences nila. Kasi kami, si Rish, ako, and Jessa, we are on the front lines, eh. So we are the gatekeepers of our organizations and our clients. Pero yung practical skills na matututunan mo would definitely be doon sa mga practitioners na, sa mga developers, mga infrastructure engineers, security engineers. So if you want to really, talagang buo yung loob mo na I really want to get my foot in the door as a K-12, K-12 graduate, then you would give your time. You would sacrifice your time. Kung kaya nating mag-Netflix, no? Mag-Netflix and chill, definitely kaya nating umattend ng mga webinars, community socials, and marami namang free courses online that would provide you certificates. So it's just a matter of really knowing your priorities and how much you want to join the IT industry, because once you get your foot in the door, it's really worth it, you guys. It's worth it, especially now na sobrang in demand ang mga IT. So definitely it's worth your time. So that's my take on that.
Thank you so much. So yeah, experience is still the best teacher, no? And for our graduates and career shifters, somehow you are blessed at this era because there are a lot of initiatives and resources that are available already for you guys. So thank you so much. And now we proceed with our next question is, how can a new IT candidate increase their chances of success in their job application? So siguro specifically for new candidates, yung mga first-timers talaga na first-timer na pumasok sa industry. So for this one, maybe we could start with Rish.
Yes, for this one naman for fresh graduates, what we take into consideration is also the way they present their CV. So there we are checking, since they don't have any experience, so we're checking the internship. So they need to indicate their the scope of the work that they did during their internship. For example, they were given a chance to do coding, exposure to software development, IT infrastructure. So they need to indicate it in their CV. And then also we take into consideration the extracurricular activities, the seminars, and then the trainings that they take when they have their free time. So if you are taking like online courses, training, so just indicate there in your CV. It's a plus point actually. And then also for the interview naman, since you don't have any experience yet, so we are on the attitude naman. So you need to see if this person is capable of doing something, like being a potential in the company. They have the passion, they are results oriented, and then they have the commitment to the company and then to the customers. So basically, personality is very important if you're applying as a fresh grad, because you really want to see that this person is willing to learn. So yun, very important yung personality if you are a fresh graduate. It's a plus na lang if you have like courses or seminars. So it's a plus point.
Thank you, Rish. Next would be from Carla.
Alright. So for fresh graduates, the usual kasi na nakikita namin, no, for freshies is parang yung confidence nila medyo depleted ng konti kasi nga wala silang experience. So we usually tell the freshies to be confident. Actually, you were able to accomplish a 4-year or 5-year course, and that is not an easy feat, you know. So that in itself is already an achievement on your part. Yung capstone project pa lang, 'di ba? So ilang puyat ba 'yan, 'di ba? Sobrang your diploma is a sign of your blood, sweat, and tears, and breakdown paminsan-minsan, scheduled breakdowns in between. But first would be confidence talaga. Confidence na that you are someone worthy of this position, you know. So minsan kasi hindi minsan, madalas namin tinitingnan yung energy din nung candidate, no, ng isang fresh graduate. So it really impresses us as recruiters, I think, na if this candidate really knows what he or she is talking about, nakita mo talagang ni-research niya, ginawa talaga niya yung assignment niya, ginawa niya yung tiningnan niya kung anong klaseng culture meron yung organization, what type of skill set ba ang hinahanap dito sa pinag-a-applyan niya. Sometimes, even yung mga, you know, the mention of, I like this organization kasi yung team building nila na effort ganito, ganyan, okay yung employee engagement. Which means, nag-take time talaga siya to research and to find out about the culture of a company. So that's very important as well. And also, as mentioned earlier, yung network mo. Kasi usually, pinaka-effective pa rin naman, most preferred pa rin naman nating recruitment resource ay referrals. Kasi, of course, if you know someone already, you were referred to by someone, and there's already someone vouching for you, despite of, you know, you being fresh out of school na, ay, okay tong batang to, masipag to, hindi to basta-basta nag-give up, ganyan. So, those are qualities that we are actually looking for fresh graduates. So, we don't really expect you to have all the certifications listed na kumpleto nyo na lahat ng programming languages, you're using it, yung pinaka-latest. We are at, hindi siya talaga yung tinitingnan namin for fresh grads, but more on gaano ba ka willing tong batang to learn. Kasi when a fresh graduate joins an organization naman, may training period naman yan eh. So ititrain siya. Sometimes may classroom type of training, but most of the time in IT, you would learn from your senior developers or senior co-teammates. So I think that's a very important characteristic, no, from the fresh graduates. So I suggest that if you guys haven't really um, expanded your network yet in the IT industry, so start now. You could actually contact yung mga kanina yung mga earlier speakers natin. They have their own, you know, groups here in Facebook, so might as well join in and, you know, learn from them, engage with them. Huwag kayo mahiyang magtanong kung whatever it is that you would want to learn, kasi that is every interaction with, you know, our practitioners is a very valuable thing for you guys. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Carla. And for Jessa?
Okay, I'm gonna come clean and say that I don't really have a lot of experience hiring or talking to freshies or like fresh graduates, but yeah, with the very little experience that I have, I feel like it's important to say that, you know, like, it's, you should not be afraid of the first set of no's that you'll get. That builds character, because I've been there once. I mean we all been there once, you know, like the ambitious fresh graduate who's very excited to apply for jobs. Don't be disheartened by the first set of no's. Why am I saying this now? It's because, you know, like, learn as much as you can from the previous applications that, you know, like, you did not succeed with, you know, like, learn as much as you can from the recruiters that you talk to, from you know, like, the industry experts, because from there you'll know what are the things that you need to improve on. Yeah, in terms of skill, of course, it has to definitely, like, whatever you want to apply for it, you should have at least the inclination for it. It adds if you're, you know, you're already inclined to the more technical side of things, if you're tech savvy, you know, if you're very how do you call this, uh, very interested in that, in the field itself, in the industry itself. If you already are following, certain groups as mentioned, that helps. But yeah, character, it has like the first, let's say, first 10 interviews or submissions that you might apply for, probably would say no to you, because of course people are gonna question, like, oh, the person has no experience, we need proof, we need to have evidence that you can do such and such. But with those no's, like, just, push forward with it. And the more entries you send, the more chances of winning. That's the golden rule in applying for jobs. So I think the most definite answer that I could give you is to increase your chances of success. Send your CV to as many companies as possible, but make sure that you modify your CV to according to the jobs that you're applying for. You don't just send one CV for everything, because that's very telling. That might also be a turn off for recruiters, that, oh, this person just submitted the CV for all the jobs that he or she applied for. And, like, at least show signs that it's modified according to the job that you're applying for, in a sense. So there. Yeah, to increase your chances of success, send as many applications as you can. And you know um, while you're sending your applications, make sure that you're also doing something with your skills, like learning something on the side. So when it comes to the time that you're invited for an interview, you can share something that, oh, I recently started learning this and that. Because like most of the jobs that I see out there require this skill, so I started learning this. It helps. It kind of adds to the, what do you call this, like, it's plus pogi points or ganda points, if I may say that. So that's that. Ayun.
All right, very well said. So for our fresh grads, no? So make the most out of your college year. So wag puro gala. No? So considering you don't have an experience, and at the same time be confident with yourself, and invest in your skills, and yun, send many applications as you can, no? But with also doing research with the companies that you're trying to apply, kasi baka may isang company na nagustuhan ka, tapos di mo pala sila kilala. Siguro just a quick follow up lang, or related to this question, no? Since we also discussed on the career shifters, and we also have career shifters. So siguro same question kanina with our panel, or since you are closely related talaga with the companies, and kayo yung nag-hire, kayo yung frontliners, no? You're the gatekeepers of the company. So what's your take on career shifters? Sige, with that one, can we maybe start with Carla? Career shifters
Okay.
joining the company.
Actually, Isay, I was also a career shifter. I was not in, I did not start in IT recruitment before. So there is, success talaga if you would just put in the time to learn about the industry, why you really have to know why you want to join the industry in the first place. Ano ba to? Do you see yourself doing this for long years of your life? Like, do you really see yourself doing this on a day-to-day basis, day in, day out? So yun yung mga kailangan mo talagang tanungin sa sarili mo. Why would I want to shift from my current industry to the IT industry? So hindi lang siya yung kasi malaki ang kita dito or in demand to ngayon, so uso to. So you really have to understand din sa sarili mo why you want to shift. And also, for career shifters, usually the fear comes from, marami na akong na-build sa industry ko. Would I want to really let those years go and start from scratch. So guys, you won't start from scratch. You would start from experience because you already have, transferable skills na natutunan nyo na over the years of working in your current industry. So the different thing about the IT industry is yung technical skill set talaga which can be learned. But yung work ethic mo that you have already built sa professional life mo, you already have that. Your communication skills, how you handle, stress, how you handle pressure, how you handle your deadlines and things like that. You already have those things which you can actually bring, into the team. So it's an added value. Katulad nga ng sabi ni Rish kanina, no? So culture add. So ito yung mga kultura na maibibigay mo sa organization that you would really want to join in. So hindi ka dapat ma-dishearten doon. So it all boils down to telling yourself na I have something to bring into the table. I just need this chance to be able to show you that.
Thank you so much, Carla. And now we'd like to hear also from Jessa.
Um, I personally am a fan of career shifters. Like I also did not start as a recruitment professional. I graduated with a degree in education. So, like I thought, okay, this is something I'll do while I'm waiting to graduate. So I thought I'll be here like for like a summer. I'll just do sourcing for one summer and then I'll quit because I'll be teaching because it's the love of my life. Lo and behold, 10 years later, I'm still here. So it's yeah, it takes a lot to let go of something na parang you worked 4 years for this degree tapos all of a sudden you'll just change your mind. Di sana ganito na lang ginawa mo in the first place. But yeah, so career shifters, I think they have an experience that is uniquely theirs. The combination of skill sets that they have is something that, like what they said, it's an added value to the organization that they'll be joining. So yeah, it can be scary, and most of the career shifters I actually interviewed are they lack confidence in a way, which I don't really get why. Like they're low key scared, but more like unsure if they're actually worthy of being called IT professionals because they did not graduate with a degree. But I mean, they still put in the hours in terms of learning skills and in terms of practice. So yeah, I'm a fan of career shifters because it takes a lot of courage, and also I feel like they bring this maturity that is not really that common because of course they have had different experiences na they've had a chance to deal with different kinds of people, so that makes it a little bit easier for them to be more culture fit than not. So there, I think it's yeah, it's they're kind of developers or the kind of IT professionals that career shifters make is an interesting and very peculiar kind, but it is always an added value and based on my experience. Yeah, so I'm a fan. Good job.
Thank you so much, Jessa. And now we'd like to hear from Rish.
Hi, yes, for career shifters naman, first and foremost, kailangan alam nila kung yun talaga yung gusto nila. So, dapat buo yung loob nila. So, they have an open heart and open mind na ito yung pinili niya na career. So, of course, you'll be competing with with the industry, yung mga people na graduate ng IT course. So, it won't be easy. So, you should have like willingness to learn. So, madami kang pagdadaanan, paghihirapan mo lahat, but you have to prove them na you can do what those people can do, yung mga graduate ng IT course, na kaya mo rin. So for those career shifters, they should continue lang to pursue their dreams, na dapat nga yun, buo ang loob and tuloy-tuloy lang until they reach yung talagang career goals nila. So yun lang, Sai.
There. Thank you so much. No, so for our viewers right now who are career shifters or who are planning to hopefully that boosted your confidence to really grab and pursue that IT career that you've been longing for. So yun, parang na to, it's a sign no na go go pursue that be a programmer ganon. And with that we have a lot of activities, events and initiatives for you guys. Thank you so much Carla, Jessa and Rish. But before we end, would you like some last message or anything that you'd like to leave to our viewers and participants? Maybe let's start with Rish. Anything you'd like to
Yes,
promote also?
yes, oo. I'd like to promote because here in GCash, we have this yearly program. We call this one the Cadetship Engineering Program. We're in every October to November. We're doing the recruitment for fresh grads, IT course graduates, and then also for career shifters. So if you are interested to be part of the program, please watch out for any announcement on our LinkedIn account. So that's, wait lang ha. Let me check our page. So that's GCash Mint, Globe FinTech Innovations. So feel free to check the announcement that we have for October and November hiring for cadetship program. So basically that will be hiring for Java developers, data scientists, data engineers. So yun, that's open for fresh grad and career shifters.
Thank you, Rish. Jessa?
Yeah, I just want to answer real quick one question that I saw earlier before yeah, when I was trying to explain something about the CV. I think it's about like the person asked, parang, yeah, what if they can only answer a question in Tagalog because they're not really that fluent? So I just want to address that. And English speaking English is a skill. It's something that you can definitely practice in as much as you're working on your technical skills. It it would also pay to, like practice speaking. One thing that I could share is, like watch a lot of Netflix since you're already at it and try to, like imitate what the people say. And when we say good communication skills, I think most people are mistaken in the sense that parang they think we're expecting them to sound like Americans. Like they're more focused on the accents more than the message. So yeah, don't pressure yourself to sound, like American because we are not Americans, we are Filipinos. And we're always going to have that regional accent that is distinctly ours. So embrace that. It's endearing in a way. I mean, we're Filipinos. Deal with it. You want us for our skills, not for the way, like we can communicate well. So that's what matters. For as long as you're able to transfer what is in your head into words that people can understand, that's okay. And again, good communication skills is not a measure of your intelligence. It's not a measure of your technical skills. We can speak really good English, so they say, but we can't do coding. So that's, you know, like, just balance it out. And also, yeah, practice. Like how you like read a lot of stuff everywhere. Like there are words everywhere. Just keep on reading. So I guess if I'm very passionate about this because I'm an English teacher by training. So forgive me, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah, just keep on practicing. Practice your tech stuff. Practice your communication skills. Practice your other soft skills. People skills. It helps. It helps. But again, it's not a measure of how good you are. So that's one thing. And then Coding Chiefs is coming up with a lot of activities in the future. Please follow our LinkedIn page because we are still a very small company, but we are looking to expand uh, in very hopefully glamorous ways in the future. So we're looking forward to like being more exposed to the big games because like we're still like the bunso of the industry, I would say. So we're still very small, but we are ambitious in the way that I feel like a fresh grad in a sense in terms of our company, but it doesn't mean that we're not confident. So it takes a lot of confidence then. So yeah, just be confident, be your most authentic self. And if you don't really like your most authentic self, work on it. Focus on your strengths, weaken your weaknesses, and just do the hustle. Everybody does it. And enjoy. Love your work. Love the things that you're doing. That's it.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much, Jessa, for that sweet message to our. And now we proceed with Carla.
So, what I can impart no with our freshies and our fellow career shifters is that, lakasan tayo ng loob. So, it really, yun talaga ang kailangan mo sa una to be able to do what you need to do and learn whatever it is that you need to learn. Kailangan lakasan mo yung loob mo for you to be able to take that first step into changing your career for career shifters and for freshies for you to be able to send that resume, click mo na yan isend mo na yan. So lakas ng loob. Always remember that you have overcome already a lot of challenges prior to doing this, so it won't be easy. It won't be easy, definitely. You'd encounter a lot of setbacks from time to time and rejections, of course. But then, kung alam mo sa sarili mo that you are really someone meant to enter this industry, then lakasan mo ang loob mo, do what you have to do, learn what you have to learn, and then just be confident that you have what it takes in you to be able to do this. Because for fresh graduates, guys, lahat tayo naging fresh graduates. Lahat tayo naging fresh graduates. So, it's very common. Kung ano yung nararamdaman nyo ngayon, naramdaman na rin namin lahat yan. Even your IT heads right now, naramdaman na rin na lahat yan. So, gawin nyo silang inspiration as well, no? Yung mga IT leaders natin. And, yung mga kuya siguro ate na may encounter nyo sa mga groups na sasalihan nyo right after this. So, you have to really just trust yourself that you can do this. No? Since I also have, something to to promote. So, Recruit Day, we have recently launched our metaverse where we actually have it's actually open 24/7, so we have a lot of activities there in for information that might help you guys to learn about the different facets of IT industry and help you determine which area of IT you would be joining. And of course there's also our get matched function in our metaverse where you can send in your application and we will match your profile and whatever it is, whatever skill sets you have on our recent or most recent job openings available for our different clients. And we also have, of course, our community socials, different webinars where we not only help you network with IT people or IT practitioners, but also give you insights on the latest trends on IT. So the announcements are usually posted in our Facebook page. So just search Recruit Day and then follow us, like our page, so that you would be always be notified as to when would be the next community socials would be available. So every community socials or event is free naman for all. So taking a chance to be able to join in those webinars as well. So that's it for me. Thank you so much for having us here, Isai. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Carla, Jessa, and Rish. This has been a very insightful afternoon, and your tips, I'm sure they were very helpful to our graduates. No, we have incoming graduates because it's graduation season, and of course to our career shifters, those tips were very helpful. And you guys, make sure to follow Gcash, Coding Chiefs, and Recruit Day in their social media platforms. It's Facebook page and LinkedIn, and I think they also have their website. No? So make sure to follow them to get more updates about their upcoming initiatives and events. Once again, thank you so much, Carla, Rish, and Jessa. Hopefully, this would not be our last event together. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so
Thank
Thank
much.
you.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
And there you have it. That concludes our Code Your Future conference for today. That was quite a very long, insightful, and hopefully very helpful event for you guys. And thank you for um, staying with us up until the end of our event. Okay. But we are not done yet, no? So, madami tayong exciting part. And now we proceed with the next exciting part. So, papunta na naman tayo sa next exciting part. But before that, I'd like to announce again, if you are interested to launch your software developer career before Christmas with no prior coding knowledge required, join our StackTrack Full Stack Bootcamp info sessions. Oops, sorry. And here are our raffle winners. And hopefully, they are still here. Okay, as mentioned earlier, we have 5 raffle winners. So congratulations to Bernard Kimzon. So if you're here, kindly say present. Bernard Kimzon, Adrian Fernandez, Reynalyn Dorotan, Alan Dave Borja, and Marilyn Ceredon. So congratulations. We will be reaching out to you via the email address that you registered on how to claim your prizes. Once again, congratulations. And thank you everyone for joining our Code Your Future conference. So for those who would like to continue on improving their programming skills and receive prizes, make sure to sign up at stackleague.com and start your journey as one of our Stack League challengers. If you have more questions, feel free to visit our Facebook page, that's StackTrek, and send us any queries and we'll be happy to assist you. Or you could also email us at info@stacktrek.com. You could also follow our partner for this initiative, the ICT's Facebook page. That's the fb.com/DICTGovPH to learn more about their upcoming events. Okay? Be sure to follow our Facebook page for you to be able to get updates for our next session. Once again, we thank you everyone for joining us in our Code Your Future conference. On behalf of the StackTrek team, I would like to say thank you to everybody for joining the Code Your Future conference with StackTrek in collaboration with the Department of Information and Communications Technology. This has been your host, Isai. Have a great afternoon, everyone.